Well, good morning. Good morning. I hope you all had a lovely weekend. So good to see you. I noticed that my original thumbnail or my advertisement for this morning said PMs to AM. I was like, oh my God, no. What a dumbass. But thank God Pam saw that it was wrong and she was here anyway. I appreciate that so much. So, yes, today is going to be day 19 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Boy, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So I expect to hear some closing arguments today, maybe in the afternoon. We shall see. Let me think about it for a second. Last night I actually got a good night's sleep. I resorted to the worst possible. I actually took a sleeping medication to make me go to sleep because I was like, I could not sleep this weekend. It was just ridiculous. I was like, Sunday. Okay, so Sunday or Saturday night, just could not go to sleep. I was just laying there, awake, awake, awake. So I got up and I tried something else, but still awake, awake. But anyway, last night I slept. I slept great. I'm still feeling a little bit groggy this morning, but we will make it through it. It's okay. So, and let me apologize, Pam. Thank you so much. I forgot that I had something scheduled for the Krista Pike story, but then myself and Guilty Crime decided that we would collab on that together. So I had forgot to take it off. And so Pam sending me a message. I'm just checking to see if my internet's okay. And I'm like, yeah, your internet's just fine. I want to go get my nasty hair done. And then I got to thinking about it. I went out and looked like, oh my God, I forgot to take that off. So thank you, Pam, so much. I appreciate you reaching out like that because everybody would have just been sitting there. Anyway, thank you so much. What else is going to go on today? Let's find our feed that we're going to need for today. Hang on a second. Let's go out to YouTube. Hang on. All right. Here we go. Okay. Let's go out to YouTube. Let's see. That is, who is that? No, not that one. Let's get day 19. Okay. Okay, let me find the one I'll use. Here's Fox 9. Do they have a... Okay, let me get this ready. Let me get this feed ready to go. Grab my water and be ready to go as soon as court starts this morning. It's already 7:56. I know it's early, but yeah. Oops, what are you doing? What are you doing, silly machine? All right, let's go over here to our studio so we can share it. Okay, guys. There we go. I think we are ready to go. There we are. Okay. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Sprinkled Donut. Good morning, Pam. Everybody come on in. Y'all come on in. Let's get ready to go because when trial starts this morning, I know they have a small sidebar, but it will be fast and furious, I think, today, which I'm happy about. Let me tell you something else. If you have not had a chance to do this, please go out and watch Brian Enton's his interview with one of the Turpin children. They were talking about the Ohio 16, and the little girl had been through hell. Her name starts with a J. I think it's Jalissa. Her name is Jalissa Turpin. She was 11 years old when she was discovered, and she's been through hell. And she talks about all of it. It's just a really great interview, and it helps people understand why it's so important for the people in Ohio to never see those children again. Never. I don't want to hear that bitch say she loves her children and she misses them. No, you don't. And furthermore, you're a bitch who sexually abused somebody, who sexually battered somebody, Elizabeth Siders. I have known from day one that she was not a victim. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew her kids were starving. She knew they were filthy. And she knew they were being abused. So, no, she's not a victim. She never was a victim. She participated in every bit of this free, willingly, knowingly, without any thought about those children. It was all about herself, as usual. Anyway, if you've not had a chance, please go out and watch that today. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at how far Jalissa has come. In fact, one of the things about her is she's basically an adult now, but she has purchased a home. She has come so far from the life she was living in a room where she never even saw her mother's face. She only knew her siblings. That's it. So she's into living in the real world, owning a home and having an opportunity in life that she would have never had they not been discovered. Because as she tells it on the Brian interview, her and many of the other children were close to death by the time they were discovered. Had it not been for her 12-year-old sister who got out of that home and found somebody to help them, call somebody for help, a lot of those children would have died. And nobody would have ever even known they were there. In fact, she talks about not even knowing what a friend was. She did not know that public school was normal. She did not know anything. She only knew about living with her siblings and talking to them. It's just a horrific story, but her interview is so uplifting. It really is. If you get a chance, please go watch that. What else? And again, I'm so sorry about Saturday. Thank you, Pam, so much. Yes, I forgot I had a live scheduled. I sure did. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But it's been a great weekend. I got to see my baby this weekend. That was nice. He's such a pleasure. Every time I go see him, or I see him now that he's like moved out of the house, this will be he's starting on year 2. He's so grown up. Like he's such a little adult. He's not little. I mean, he's 6'1", but anyway, he's such an adult. It amazes me because here's this little boy that I had really sheltered. I know I did. I sheltered him so much because he was the baby. He's the baby. And I didn't know he was going to be able to handle living without me, okay? Because, I don't know. Anyway, he's fine. He's doing great. He's great. He's managing the world. He's doing wonderful. Anyway, so just a really good weekend this weekend. I was so happy. But now I'm happy to get back on Lindsay Clancy. Let's get this talk going. And oh my God, y'all. Oh my God. You're not going to believe. Okay. You know how we go to Reddit and read the different things on Reddit? Well, I read something on Reddit. I made a statement. Well, they got pissed off and they kicked me out. You know why? Because I asked them, what the hell are you doing? Why are you supporting a woman that no matter what, she still strangled her children, which was heinous and cruel all at the same time? They're looking at her. I'm making my statement strong. And they don't like what I had to say, so they just kicked me out of the group and banned me. But that's okay. You go right ahead on Reddit, whatever you are over there, because that particular group, because I'm going to tell you one thing. The majority of the world sees her exactly as I do, okay? She has dark, dead shark eyes. My husband even said, he goes, man, look at those eyes. I said, yeah, look at them. He goes, they're dark. I said, yeah, they're dark, dead shark eyes. He goes, oh, God, yes, they are. So, think about that. That's exactly what she is. She knew what she's doing. She knew it. Anyway, he says, oh, you saw your daughter this weekend? Yeah, I saw my daughter, and she was sheltered too. There you go, right? And Pam, it's okay. We are always going to, as far as our babies go, even my 44-year-old, we are always going to baby them forever. We just do. It's something we can't help but do. And anybody who has an only child, which my husband has an only child because he and I only had the one child together. But anyway, even when you have an only child, it's even worse than if you had 2 or 3 of them because it's the only child, right? Yeah. You see her every Sunday. Well, that's beautiful. I'm so glad you get to see her every Sunday. That's nice. We went yesterday. We did go yesterday. We almost got hit. It was just by the time we got to my son's apartment over on, over by the campus in Austin, I was a nervous wreck. I was over there sweating. I'm like, oh my God. My husband was like, what's wrong with you? And I said, oh, Ronnie, I shouldn't have said that. Anyway, he drives a little bit aggressively anyway. And then we have these people who are just not knowing where they're going because it's parents' weekend, everybody's moving their kids in, all that. We have people who don't know where they're going. And then they decide all of a sudden they need to come over here and get off at this exit that we're going to get off at. And we're in the lane perfectly, right? The next thing we don't know, this guy's just coming on over. I'm going, oh my God, I'm trying to get loud. My husband's going, just stop. I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, look, it's shaking, y'all. It's shaking. They're going to get to court early this morning. What's 8:03? It's time. Can y'all hear me okay? Make sure you can hear me because I'm going to turn this up to 100 as soon as court starts. But I don't want to be screaming at you right now while we wait. So it's not turned up yet. As far as this week goes, we're going to do Lindsay Clancy. We're guilty of crime myself, and if Sprinkle Donut can, if she can come on, we're going to do Krista Pike But we're also going to do the Lacey Peterson case this week in the evening. So just know that that's coming up. Because, I don't know, that case, there's a lot going on in the Peterson case. There is. As far as proof that he did anything, there's really not proof. There's circumstantial, but there's not proof that he did anything. But I think it's my gut feeling with Peterson is he knows exactly what happened to her. He knows. He didn't want to be a father. He didn't want to have this baby. He's over here seeing other people. In my opinion, but my opinion is not what the law is, right? So we have to think about that. As far as Krista Pike goes, now I want y'all to listen to this. Krista Pike, her attorney filed some paperwork to be hung. The courts were like, hell no. We use lethal injection. That's what we do here in a death sentence. So effectively, on September the 30th, she will get the lethal injection. They're not going to allow her to be hung. I knew that when that paperwork was filed, it was filed simply to start a whole nother round and just stretch out before she actually gets executed, right? But now there's a lot about that case that I really have problems with as far as Krista Pike goes. And that's something I'm going to get into when Guilty of Crime and myself have our collab on that. And that's the fact that she was 18 years old when this happened. And there are many cases when we have people who are 18 years old when a crime happens, who later on gets their death sentence commuted to life in prison because of their age at the time of the incident. So that is something that happens often. So my question is, why did it happen here? What was it about this case that makes it not happen here? Anyway, we'll get into that later on this week when we do that collab on Krista Pike. At 18 years old, your mind is not that of an adult. It's just not. You're still a child. And I know a lot of people get married at 18, all this other crap, but you don't see it so often today as you did before, but it's happened for many, many years. And that is children raising children when they get pregnant. I mean, it just is. We've learned a lot about the mind, growth, everything about the human body has came a long way. And so, yes, at 18 years old, you're not an adult. You can't think like an adult. The decisions you are making are not adult decisions. So why are you over there with an adult with a death penalty? That's my thought on Krista Pike. A lot of people may disagree with me, and that's okay too. I understand that. I'm fine with that. Another thing, what else do I need to talk about this morning? Like I always say over here, this is a safe space. Everybody is welcome. Your opinions are valued. We do not allow derogatory statements toward anybody in chat, the host of the show, or anybody else on YouTube. We're just not going to allow that. We don't put up with trolls. But you are welcome to come in and tell us what you think about the case, make comments about the case, that's fine. But if you come in here and you start being a troll and you're not respectful to everybody, including the host, you will get removed. That's it, that's all. My mods know what is a troll, and they know they have the right to say, you're out. That's fine. Y'all know that. I know you know that. So anyway, with that, we're going to get ready to go to trial. I saw the little inbox shaking, so I know they're almost ready. Yeah. I can't believe I put 8 p.m. Oh my God, how silly. I guess I really wasn't paying attention. Oh my Lord. And it's another blistering day in Austin, Texas today, or the Hill Country, which is where I live. Heat advisories. This is the time of the year when I don't want to live in Texas. It is so damn hot. Just too hot. So anyway, you will not hear the mowers today. That's another thing. We have stopped having the mowers come because number one, it's right now it's too hot to mow the yard. And number two, my husband has decided that he's just going to take it over again because he doesn't like the way his yard looks. And I'm fine with that because I want it done on the weekends when I'm not trying to be live. I don't want the dogs barking and I don't want to hear the people mowing out there. I just don't want to listen to it. So anyway, we won't have that problem today either. Let me check our feed over here and make sure that we are up to. So sometimes it's not up to, it's not at the same speed or the same place, and sometimes that feed will lag between StreamYard and YouTube. So I always have to go make it take a look. So anyway, here's something I wanted to talk about for just a second, and that's our watch hours. You know, we're trying so hard to get this channel monetized so that we can do charity work and things like that. We are getting there, fast and furious, but please, like, share, and subscribe. We need to get it on up there. I would like to get this monetized by the end of September. So we are about 400 hours shy. So I need to do another trial where people are really interested in these trials, which I love that myself. And the one thing I do know about this is people want to go into a chat and they want to listen to the trial, but they don't necessarily want to listen to the host analyze or talk about it. And every time there's a break, they don't necessarily want to hear that. They just want to listen to the testimony and make decisions on their own, and that's cool with me too. And that's why I'm not doing a bunch of analysis and he said, I'm not doing all that. If you want to hear a professional analysis about this case during the break or during the live, go to a different channel, because I'm not going to do that over here. Over here, we're just going to listen to the trial. We're going to independently make our own decisions based on what we have heard. So after it goes to the jury. Good morning, Leslie. So good to see you. How are you today? Good to see my with you.
Yes, please.
There we go.
By Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right. So what we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
Oh, I'm about to go get my tablet. I've got to take my notes. All right, now I have my tablet. I'm ready to go. My dogs look at me like, Mama, we were laying down over here in our little beds in your office. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be getting out of your chair. Remember, you sit here for hours and hours today. I wish they could talk to me, I really do. We're doing, wait till you see what we're doing. My husband is creating these pictures for me. We're calling it the ethnic dogs. And so what we've done is we've taken the Frenchies and we've dressed them in different outfits from around the world. We're going to call this ethnic dogs, and we're going to do a little short video. I'm pretty excited about it. I know it sounds a little silly, but it's so cute. You would not believe, my husband's pretty talented at that, which kind of shocked me because he's actually a banker. He's not really a computer whiz, So anyway, he's pretty good at it. Let's go over here and get our tablet ready. I think this is it right here. Yes, okay. We're on the right page. Now let's figure out. There is going to be a witness today, and I think it's going to be the very last witness. And it's going to be the rebuttal witness for the prosecution, and it's going to be an expert. So I don't remember which one it is. It might be Dr. Helper. I'm not sure. Hang on a minute. I got to get my numbers. Okay. Boy, that was a lot of notes on that one.
All right. Go again.
What's next exhibit?
292.
Okay, 79. Okay, we're going to be on witness number 79 this morning.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw the name of minutes and you shall be heard. I'd like to see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, we're going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back to the trial. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we're going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination.
Okay.
And the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed. So the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after we're done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right. And when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right. So that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right. So that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate one or two.
So if you estimate one or two times, would this be your third time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay. It's by my estimation, or it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the third time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your third time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be Abram Mack, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the tent, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested. Right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay. So the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No,
Okay,
I disagree.
so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of Avram Mack being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TANF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
Yes.
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right. So to answer your question about
the answer is right.
Yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so. Helbrun. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Helbrun or Heilbrun?
you have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Heilbrun at Tewksbury Hospital, yeah.
Okay. I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as. But it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Heilbrun, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or
you
in the
had,
lobby.
Sorry, what'd you say?
We're in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts. Is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbronn.
To Dr. who? I'm sorry.
I think Dr. Kirk Heilbronn. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained, obviously, after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't the conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
right. Okay, and that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that is the core component of that report.
Okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts?
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony. You read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the District Attorney's Office, yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety.
No. This is Doctor.
I would like to be able
Hold on, Doctor, please listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has an idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with Kirk Heilbrunn, right?
A what?
You talked to Kirk Heilbrunn about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't work. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when Kurt was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and Kirk, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, it was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed.
Now, hang on a minute. She has sat all day long in this courtroom, you know, not taking multiple breaks, only going when there is a break. She's not asking for a break because she's incontinent. I don't know what this has to do with anything. We all know that people in wheelchairs have a different abilities than we do as far as that goes, and I think he's embarrassing his own client, and I don't like that. Anyway, we'll keep going.
The schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and Kirk Halbrin sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask. And
she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, Kurt Heilbrunn went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yeah.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing. The psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
The state. Next
well,
question.
You know.
Next question.
That was
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay. So you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. Kirk Halbrun, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about.
My God. Next question.
I don't know. We're looking at each other.
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's yes, next.
Yeah, okay. So you, tell me again what your answer was, sir.
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her K scale effectively, it was a...
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar II. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar II is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with Kurt on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you say it again, sir?
Was, yes, I'm happy to. my opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode, and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your reports, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report,
Hi,
sir?
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
Well, guys, well, what do you think so far? Stompy's in full angry this morning. Look at her face right there, Mrs. Deep Dark Shark Eyes. Wow, okay, well, listen. We realize that she could have been majorly depressed. We know that. And we know a doctor suggested bipolar. And we know that Patrick and Lindsay both said, no, it's postpartum. You know, arguing with the doctor about when she was concerned about bipolar, you know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a mom, just an empty nester with a YouTube channel over here. And in my opinion, based on everything we've heard so far, to me, what we have here is somebody who always had some kind of underlying mental health problem, and it just got worse as she had each child, because each child and the responsibilities became more overwhelming to her, and she could no longer control things in the manner that she was used to controlling them. That's what I see. That does not make a person defective. It does not make a person not criminally responsible for doing the most heinous and cruel crime you could do to a child, which is hold them down and strangle them. Think about what I'm saying, holding them down and strangling them. God. I think they're coming back now.
Your opinion on page 35 is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And the mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Helbrin's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Helbrin's opinion was of a diagnosis?
Terms of
diagnosis?
Yeah.
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who, as a treating practitioner, indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
Now, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
That is not definite.
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you, sir, about
your... I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used, that would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar, or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar 2. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So,
I can't. Can you say that again, please?
He heard him.
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was, okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would be
my question is simple. Do you recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame? The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks. Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
That's what the DSM says.
I believe that's what the DSM says.
Okay. So let's talk about
the 4 week period. The 4 week period in which that specifier may be added.
Okay. You recall saying that
diagnostic rule.
You recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. You recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say.
No. What did you say to the? Come on. What did you say to the jury last Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked.
Okay? Is that judge bias?
If the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Do you recall saying that the person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying that?
To meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
but that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
Yeah, but you can't. Postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Thank you. It's not a disease.
That is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
Okay. According to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
what is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5
I do
text
too,
revision
Sprinkle.
or
I do
TR.
too.
What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I've reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes.
Was that increased?
It was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Wait.
Yes.
And what was?
Let me refresh the record here, because here's something that he is not talking about. They counted the pills. In his 7 days, she only took 7 pills. She was supposed to increase it to 2 pills a day on the 8th day. She never took 2 pills. So what the hell is he doing over here? Remember the testimony we've already heard while we're making our own decisions about whether she is or is not. Here we go. I'm sorry, I had to say it, guys. I had to say it.
Was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
What she said.
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you see? Okay. Did you see anything in the records?
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
Thank you,
I
Leslie.
don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the 7th element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
No.
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she had decreased need.
And then
She
the
was
medical.
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
Boy, oh boy.
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So
That was a good answer.
is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you familiar with postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize in this country the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustained. Next question.
So are you familiar, sir? You're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LASCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
Thank you. I would have objected to.
Overruled. Let me ask. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So, no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize, apparently, the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some time.
Just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
It is.
I'm sorry?
Remember Friday you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold on. Excuse me. So Friday you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
He is not an OBGYN.
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right. Why don't you,
God almighty.
you can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay. Did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression,
Use your hug.
even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So,
yes or no?
You're asking me about a condition which is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh no emotion, unable to see the funny side. Is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other day.
Right. But it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When you have depression and you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy. Sir.
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Yes.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so...
Okay, he just hit the nail on the head, overwhelmed. The whole thing with her is she was overwhelmed by 3 children and having to take care of them by herself. That's the issue here. He is he's using semantics over here, trying to trip this doctor up, and the doctor's trying to be as honest as he can about the symptoms and what they are. Just making a statement here because it's pissing me off. All right, guys, let's go back to the testimony. Thank you for being so patient.
So unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on, yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding, yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure well, I can't answer the question as you asked.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your question.
A postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier?
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So
Wait. You listen. Mr. Attorney over here, Reddington, you cannot make that statement right there, and frankly, it should be objected to. She was never diagnosed with postpartum psychosis, period. Everybody kept saying bipolar. They never really called it just postpartum, right? Depression. It's just, oh my God. I'm getting so irritated by this line of questioning because he's trying to put words in the doctor's mouth. The doctor is not an OBGYN, number one. That's not his job. And in the United States of America, we use the DSM. We don't use the other books, as they call them. The whole thing about coding and the DSM-5 and the coding is all about really how insurance fees to pay the damn claim. Here we go.
Is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number one, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
No,
who's we?
Medical professionals.
We psychiatrists. I, as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So, would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices, especially if they're new. Especially if they're
a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually, in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number two, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medications she was taking that she felt that things weren't real, yes.
Okay, so
or that
my
she felt
question, sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular
I'm asking
authority
you a
when
simple question.
as I
Do you
quote-
agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness, or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
She was
I'm not
responsible.
sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course and we
okay.
understand
Time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling?
finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, good.
You're telling me, sir, that you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis. Is that what you're telling me?
No.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit
It is
the
a
symptom or
symptom.
sign of
It is a
psychosis.
symptom.
I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA. So you
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
Do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
When you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
The DSM.
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay. So
the issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
Okay, so anytime that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
Disagree.
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir.
would see it and you would be concerned about it. According to the DSM, you would not utilize that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
So, symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right, he just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
Really?
Overruled. I'm going to let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
You said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than
was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts.
Okay.
If that's where you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring
No, never mind what I'm referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that she discussed with her physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but I don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
Like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom, yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer, yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
you agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question.
Okay, you can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. How about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were
Look
periods
at
when
her.
she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what
can't
that
answer
meant,
that.
voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about, or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No rules.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing?
Okay, see, this line of questioning is really not about whether she was sane or insane. This really goes to the other lawsuit that she's filed on the wrongful death side. That is not what this case is about in this courtroom today. Okay, guys, sorry.
Prescribing these medications to them?
Overruled.
I would object too.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure. Prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Bingo.
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood test to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analyses that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check their thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Oh, wow.
Come
That
on,
was
please, Rick.
rude.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I am not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview.
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so in your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Halbrin, and I think last week on Friday you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Halbrin ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Halbrin in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Halbrin offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
we made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
And she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. And that would be contained within the video, that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, I wanted to see this. I hope it is allowed. And we really should be able to see it. Because the one thing about this is, was she under distress when she's making all these comments or in the middle of the interview? That's important, right? Everybody, I mean, I hope they allow it. I do. I think it's important. But here's the thing. I don't know that we will get to watch it. It might only be that the jurors get to watch it. And if that happens, that's very depressing. I don't know why there's so much secrecy in this case. I don't get it. Something just seems so off about the whole thing. Honestly, that's how I feel. How do y'all feel? Do you think there's something odd in that some things are just not openly being discussed or shown? And I'm not talking about the pictures from the autopsy. That is, no, I don't think those should ever be shown. You need to protect the dignity of those children that she took out, right? But there's just some things about this case that's just not being made public. There's some secrecy going on. I don't know the reason why, but here's the thing. If she appeals this case, and I feel like it will be appealed because in my opinion, not that it counts, but in my opinion, I don't see the jurors saying that she is not criminally responsible. So Pam says, yes, she agrees with me on that. It just seems so odd. It's like you cannot put the picture together unless you have every piece. It's like a puzzle. If you don't have all the pieces, you're not going to have a complete puzzle. So, and if you notice today, she has no emotions again. She's just sitting over there without any emotion. And I understand the hesitancy of this witness, Dr. Mack, to answer certain questions in the way they're being proposed to him. Because what's happening over here, as I see it and hear it, is that the defense attorney is trying to put words into the doctor's mouth to fit the narrative that he's running with. The doctor's like, I'm not doing that. I mean, you can have a symptom of something, but that does not mean you actually have enough symptoms of something to get that diagnosis. There are many different diseases or problems that will have overlapping symptoms without every single symptom or the majority of the symptoms that go with it. You can't be diagnosed with that. And again, the DSM-5 is the standards in the United States of America. Whether the world agrees or the other, the World Health Organization, whoever it is. Okay, some other country might use their book, I guess, or their Bible, as they want to call it, in making diagnosis or in assisting in making diagnosis, but that's not what's happening here. When you're talking about this case, you need to discuss what the United States of America's standard is. That is where this case is, period. What did she say? Yeah, everyone is an individual. Yes, thank you, Leslie. That's right. So this guy, okay, it's no secret. I do not like Mr. Reddington. I'm not. I don't necessarily like the prosecutors either. I think in this case, you got some personality problems amongst everybody involved that makes it hard for them to actually, I guess, prosecute or defend this case. But again, every prosecutor has their own style. Every defense attorney has their own style. And really, it's just really always up to the jury as to whether they believe, which side they believe. But in a case like this, when you have 3 children whose lives was taken by a mother who wants to claim she had a psychosis, well, here's the thing. She only heard a command voice one time. And in that one time, she decided to go ahead and take the children's life. This is the way it's being presented to us. But I have to wonder in my mind, is that how it works? Do you only hear it one time? Or would you hear things like that many times, but be able to just ignore it sometimes? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Just questions that I have about this. All right, here we go.
Okay, no objection?
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report, and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the phase of a summary judgment proceeding, that the use of my testimony was discussed in the summary judgment documents from each side.
And then ultimately, your opinion wasn't utilized by the court, right?
If I recall the statement of the court in the document, it was that Dr. Mack is not an expert in this case, or it may have said Dr. Mack is not a qualified expert in this case.
And why was that?
My recollection of the case, which is now almost 15 years ago, was that the information that I was aware of in terms of the rate of substance use in individuals who received TANF was nationwide and was not specific to Florida.
And the issue was a Florida TANF case, right? Having to do with residents in the state of Florida. So as far as the limitations there and your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was...
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
My understanding is that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
Okay. And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset or atypical features or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As a
right.
specifier.
As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's
yes,
in there.
the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sure. Concentration.
So a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
Overruled.
Bleeding?
Correct.
No, overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware, but I don't know.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right. Next, anything further? Anything further, Kama? All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Pretty sure we're going to take a break now, and then we'll go to the next one.
We're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. Go on to stand after we get back. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, try to close the notebook. Please come upstairs, please.
Well. What do y'all think? What do you think about that witness and everything he said, sane or insane?
Anything we need to discuss before the break, Kama? All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's say that this happened in Russia. Do you think she gets an opportunity to go up there and give some damned excuses to why she strangled her children? Think about it like that. But my ultimate question is, if she was a man, what would we be doing? Would he be allowed to claim that he was insane because why? Yeah, I think he was bad. Okay, he was bad. All right. I mean, I just think that thinking about. Oh, hang on a minute. My husband said something. Thinking about, the postpartum period part, whatever it is. Here's the thing. If she was a man, we would not be using those terms at all. So, what is, right? What is? Let me look at something. My husband just sent me something about this case. Here we go. I'm going to read this to you. 1 in 6 Americans are prescribed SSRIs, yet only 1 in 350 million sent her husband out on an errand and proceeded to strangle her 3 children calmly, one by one. Right? Think about that statement right there. Yeah. Only 1. Right? Only 1 that we know of. I'm pretty sure there have been other cases where they tried to use this in the same circumstances. In fact, I should do some, during lunch today, I'm going to do some research about other cases that have the same sort of claiming postpartum, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they're out there. I am sure they're out there. We just have to find them. And I'm going to do some research on that today. But hang on a minute. Let me open this. Trying to get my dog a treat. kind of loud. Sorry. Kind of feel like using the postpartum is just another excuse. Really, it's just another excuse. I just don't agree with it. I just don't. I mean, it's like, when do we hold people accountable for their own actions? Why does it always have to be some, I was an alcoholic, I was postpartum, I had a head injury? Why must we always have some excuse for why people make the decisions they make? I don't like it. I think that, in my opinion, and I know y'all know, I don't claim to be anything special. I don't anything. I just feel like we have pampered and babied and allowed so much to happen in America when it comes to people taking the lives of their children, that it's just turned into, well, what can we use as our excuse this time? What's our excuse this time? Stop. Just stop. I'm so tired of seeing excuses. Really. Let me ask you this. It's kind of the same thing. Let's say that you were drunk driving and you hit a car, or you had a wreck and all three of your children died. Is it because you were drunk driving? No, it's because of the decision you made prior to getting in that car. You made that decision. Now, did you drink alcohol? You made that decision. Did the alcohol cause the wreck? Well, I don't know about that, because we weren't there. In my pretend scenario here, we're not there. All right. I just feel like it's just another excuse being used for why somebody killed their children. So, all right. Sprinkle says, turn it into a free-for-all. Right. It sure is. Stop it. Just stop it, America. Let's get real. Let's get serious when it comes to people taking the lives of their children. Look, here's a good excuse. Look at Dorman. Remember Dorman? Chad Dorman? He killed all his children. Was he allowed to use postpartum, or because he was drunk, or any of that, for the reason why he did it? No, he wasn't. He certainly wasn't. So why is she? And if you think about her crime against those children, and after they described exactly, notice we did not get to watch that video, did we? They'll get to watch it when they're deliberating on this case, but we won't know about it. That's another secret over here. Just another damn secret over here in this case. If you're not going to show us the entire case, why are you showing us any of it, really? But okay, well, not our decision, their decision. Here you go, take that. Trick, come here. Yeah. Let me give her that. All right, there we go. So, yeah. Think about all the family annihilators and their excuses because they're just, look at Lori Daybell. What's her excuse? Crazy? She was crazy? No, she didn't get away with that, did she? I just do not believe a jury can sit there and say, well, she was in psychosis because she heard a command voice one time and she took her kids out. If I'm on that jury, there's no way I'm going to agree to that. No, because it doesn't matter the circumstances. She did it. She knew she did it. She thought she was going to jump out that window and she would never be held responsible because she wasn't here to be held accountable for what she did. Right? And I'm real tired of it. And I know we've all talked about it, speculated, looked at it from all sides. But if Patrick Clancy was involved in any way at all, he would have been prosecuted for that involvement. I think Patrick Clancy was a man that was in a situation that he never dreamt that he would be in. And that is a wife who clearly has a problem where she cannot control everything around her. That's what I see. Y'all tell me what you see. Put this away. Okay, hang on, baby. Hang on. Piggy poo, hang on. Just a minute, Jack. I know you're piggy poo. Jack is such a piggy poo, I'm telling you. Jack thinks every treat is his. Jack thinks that every toy is his. Jack is the controller over here. Trick is so sweet, though, and so calm. She just lets him do it. She's like, okay, whatever, dude. It made me laugh. Anyway. Here, take that. All right. What can we say? Really, what more can we say? We're watching this happen. We're all watching it in real time. Let me ask you this. Back in in the 40s and 50s, you would never see this. There is no excuse. But why is there an excuse today? What has changed about the legal system and the United States of America that makes us be able to find an excuse to not hold somebody responsible for their actions? What has caused us to be so soft? What happened here? People always say, well, put yourself in their shoes. I can't. There's no way I can put myself in her shoes, period, because I've never dealt with that. Have I ever been depressed? Absolutely, I've been depressed. Did I go get help? Absolutely, I went and got help. But that's because my child passed away, not by my hands, but by something else. And absolutely, yes, that'll trigger all kinds of things. And yes, you do go ask for help. You do. But, the whole argument here is the DSM-5. Is it 4 weeks? Is it 12 weeks? Is it a year? Is it 8 months? I mean, what is the period of time in which your depression is considered to be postpartum depression ending in a psychosis? Because the psychosis part is it's just another symptom, basically, of the depression you already had, is the way I understand this. Is that the way y'all understand it? It's not like the psychosis is a separate illness. It's a symptom of it's a bigger symptom, like a major symptom, not a minor symptom of an existing problem, is the way I understand it. So I could be wrong. I don't know. Anyway, hang on. Let me go grab some more water so we can be ready until we so I'll have something to drink while we wait for, I can't wait. I really cannot wait to hear the closing arguments. That's what we're going to hear. It's going to be really good. The closing arguments are going to be hard. They're going to be back and forth. They're going to be making statements. And, I wonder if there's going to be any objections. It's just going to be good. I can't wait. Hang on. I got to get some water. Hang on. Hang on. No, Mom's got to get some water. Hang on. We need water. We need water. Oh. I changed my avatar picture today too, since I changed my hair. I'll show you my new avatar picture. Hang on, Jack, quick. Here you go. I'll show it to you later. Here I am. There's my new avatar picture. That's my new hair. I changed my hair. What do y'all think? Do you like it or don't like it? My own son, when I went to see him yesterday, he was like, Mom, you look better. I like your hair better this way. He was like, don't take it back the other way. This looks better. You just look better. I was like, well, thank you. So when your own 19-year-old son tells you this is a better look for you, I think maybe I should listen, right? What do y'all think? Anyway, just thought I would share for just a moment. There we go. Jack quit. I'm not giving you nothing else. Here's Jack trying to crawl on my lap. I have got to get a chair, Woo. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. I do like it better. I was afraid at first because I've been blonde forever, right? Lord. Thank you, Pam. I'm glad you like that. Thank you so much. Okay. I guess this way, because it has a lot of gray in it, once the gray really starts coming on in, you won't notice it as bad as you do with the blonde. Come here. Yeah. Y'all gotta quit. Jack cannot help himself. He wants my lap so bad, but I'm like, stop. The chair's just not big enough, Bubby. Stop. Here we go. Get this over here. Here, get this. There you go. I thought I was going to have to take them both to the vet today. They're allergic to chicken and they have sensitive skin issues. Well, my husband said yesterday, boy, they're just scratching a lot. I'm like, well, they had a bath. So I started looking. I was like, oh, no, they got into something in the yard. They each had like little spots. So I had to start spraying them down with a probiotic, itch relief, and give them their medicine. So if it's not better by tomorrow, I am going to have to take them to get a shot. I hope not, but we will see. They don't seem to be scratching as much today, but I'm telling you, my chihuahuas never had these problems. None of them. That's why it's so shocking for me that these dogs seem to have a problem every time I turn around. They just do, right? All right, there. So we are ready whenever they are ready. Got my water, got my little snack. Yeah. I don't even have to do dinner tonight because my husband has something he has to do for the bank. So there you go. It's going to be a pretty easy day for me. I get to enjoy it all day long with you guys while we listen to the trial. And then I don't have to cook any dinner. So that's very nice. Mm. Today is officially August the 24th. So how many more days do we have left? 7? 7 more days left in August, and then it's September. What happens in September? September changes, and so we know, all right, we have 3 months left, September, October, November, till Christmas time. Then, we're almost to the new year. It just flies by, I'm telling you. I feel like it's just flying by. People are cutting down some tree bushes and stuff across the street. It's so loud. Maybe I should shut the window blinds so they can't see it. I think I will. All right. When I first came on today, I was talking about, if you have not seen it, please go watch Brian Inton. He did an interview with Jalissa Turpin. She has came so far, and they talked about the Ohio 16. And what she said about her situation and the Ohio 16 situation, I really almost began to cry, really. I was like, oh, I can't do that. I watched it this morning. I was like, I can't cry because we upset when we start watching the trial, and I don't want to do that to you guys. She was so enlightening. She just made so much sense. And I really wish that the Ohio 16 could maybe talk to some of the Turpin children about life after the abuse, because she is doing so well. It was very mind opening what she had to say about Elizabeth Siders and Gary Siders. It was so good, y'all. So good. It was. Oh, good, Pam. I'm glad you watched it. I'm so happy for her, seeing that she's doing so well after the horrible events she went through. Because not only was she abused by her parents, she goes to the foster home and gets abused over there as well. That's just heartbreaking to know that she was abused a second time through where she should have been feeling safe. And it makes me question all the time about foster care. Are they really paying attention to these children in foster care when the children start talking about what's happening to them? Are they just dismissing them because they think, well, he might just be over exaggerating? We're not sure. No, everything the child says, go investigate it. Children are very honest. Especially the children that come from those situations, they don't know to lie about what's happening to them. They just don't know to lie. So you need to listen carefully to children like that. So the Ohio 16, I hope that wherever they are, I hope that people are paying close attention to what's going on with them. Yeah. It's still so dang hot. Oh boy, sprinkled donut 104. Let me see what my temperature is. I know we had a heat advisory today. Let me check. And notice it's only 10:27 in Texas. And so she's in sprinkled donuts in California. So it's pretty early for it to be that hot. Let me see what it says. Okay, it's currently 88 degrees, but we do have an extreme heat advisory. It says the high is going to be 102, plus we have a wind gust of up to 13 miles per hour. That wind gust is probably stopping it from being 105, 107, that kind of thing. Hang on, let me get my charger. Silly Ellie. Come on, Jack, quick. She says, what is she saying? Yeah. It was a great interview. It was. And then Sprinkle says, the Turpin children have all really done well considering. Yeah. Yeah. And it's 65 there right now. 65 degrees. Oh my God, that's so nice. Right now. Yes. That would feel great. All right, Bubby, here you go. Come on, quick. That's enough. Jack wants me to pick him up and sit, and he wants to get him on lap. And I'm like, my God, we just don't fit the chair together, baby. We just don't have the right chair for that. You're too big. You're too big. I can't pick you both up at the same time. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. So my husband and I are making some pictures of. I talked about this a little when we first got started, but I know not everybody was in here. We're going to do Frenchies around the world, and it's going to be the Frenchies dressed up in ethnic clothing from around the world. He's done such a good job, y'all. It's 104 currently, same here. Okay, yeah, and same as you, Sprinkle, yeah. So I can't wait to let this go because it's such the cutest pictures. He's done so well with it. Jack is so, he just looks good in anything. It's just too funny. My favorite is the typical American housewife, you know, in her hair colors, smoking her cigarette and watching TV. That he did that for with Trick. It's so freaking cute, just cute. Why don't y'all go get a toy? Go get your toys. Yeah, I wish they would go get their toys. I'll tell you another thing I thought was terrible. I believe if I was Lindsay, I'd be very upset that something so personal was brought out by her own attorney. Why did he need to talk about her incontinence problems? That did not need to come out. That has nothing to do with sane or insane, right? Yeah. It's 58, 80, 58, 88. God, that's nice. Ooh, Leslie, I'm moving over where Leslie is. I am moving where Leslie is. Mm-hmm. I like your temperature. Yeah, we like your temperature, Leslie. That's what we want. That is exactly what we want. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Everybody come on in. Don't be hiding in the bushes. Come in and talk to us today. Tell us what you think. You know, your opinions are valued here, and you're free to say what you want to say about the case. The only thing we don't allow is derogatory statements towards anybody in the chat, the channel, or anybody on YouTube. Other than that, you can say what you want to say. Period. So, let me check my feed to make sure it's caught up. It's not exactly, see what this is what I'm talking about. It lags a little bit. Okay, we're good. All right. I'm glad I went over and checked it because it was not exactly caught up with new time. So, yeah. Northern Oregon. Oh my God, I want to go there so bad. We were talking yesterday about going on trips. And so our 25th wedding anniversary is next year. We'd always talked about going to Italy because my husband's Italian descent. Well, anyway. My husband told me yesterday, he goes, I don't think I want to go over there. And I said, why not? He goes, why don't we just go to all the places here in the United States that you wanted to go to that we haven't been to? I said, all of them? He goes, well, you know, within reason. I said, well, that's your silver anniversary. I know I will never have a golden anniversary because that would be 50 years. We just won't be here that long, right? So, you know, at 66 years old, you got another 25 years to that. No, I don't think I'll be here then. But anyway, I wanted to do like a trip where we could just rent an RV. I don't want to buy one, just rent like a motorhome and just drive, like fly to one city close to where we want to go, and then take a trip and just stop at all these different places in these campsites. That would be so fun. And Oregon, I want to go to Oregon, Montana. There's so many different places I want to go to. So I don't know. We have to plan something. I am a little bit upset we're not going to go to Italy because we've talked about that for years. I'd also like to go to Australia, but my God, the time it takes to get there and the cost of airplane tickets because I don't want to make several stops, it's just outrageous. we wanted to also go to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, places like that. But the airplane flights to Puerto Rico were $2,300 for 2 people. That is outrageous. Outrageous. So, get back over here where I was. Lost my place. Okay, we're good. Yeah. I don't know what's going to be said, but people are talking. Oh, I know. That's what I wanted. I wanted to go over. I forgot. I wanted to go over to Reddit and talk about that for just a minute. Hang on. Remember, I was telling you when I first got on this morning about I went to Reddit and all these people talking about supporting her, that they've raised $1 million for her, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with you people? You raised $1 million for somebody who killed all 3 of her children. Why don't y'all understand what's happened here? You're making it about something that it's really not about. So, let's go over here and read it. Just a second. Anyway, I got banned from one of the Reddits because I made that comment about what's wrong with you people. Well, they just didn't like it because they support Lindsay. You support her for what do you support her for? Please tell me what you're supporting her for. Let's go see what Duxbury Talk said. Oh, Patrick's expressing love for his children. That's beautiful. And another thing that was said on one of these Reddits, or one of these, I was listening to, was about, well, people always talk about Patrick or Lindsay, but they're not talking about the children. It's really all about the children. And yes, it is all about Cora and Dawson and Talon. It really is. That's the victims here. But Patrick is a victim as well. Lindsay is not a victim. People need to stop saying she's a victim. Having a mental illness. People with mental illness don't kill their children. Right? A lot of people have mental illnesses and are not killing their children. So stop it with that mess. Okay, so let's go back over here. Let's see. This one is all about great illustration, except I don't think she went head first because she had no head injuries. Thoughts? Now, people are talking about the head injuries. What actually happens in the, hang on a minute, she goes, I think with the downward inertia and her mobility and athleticism, she may have flipped just before contact with the ground. Her head would have been relatively safe while her spine took on most of the fall. The next person says, it makes me sad. This should have been a childhood home full of so many happy memories. And what it was is the picture of their home in Duxbury. Okay. The next one says, the thing that sort of blows my mind is that the new people live in that house and opened up. Hang on. All right. And they opened that home up to those jurors for the tour. For the life of me, what kind of person would purchase and live in a house where children were murdered? That's a good question, isn't it? The new owner and his attorney tried to deny entry by the jurors, but were denied. I read that the new owner was politically affiliated. Okay. And the guy goes, kids, I've never heard someone pronounce a possessive. Okay. Kids, I've never heard a person pronounce a possessive kids room like that. The next one says, I noticed a lot while watching Americans. Instead of say, you guys, they will say, guys, no, I've never heard of that. Okay. One thing I found that never changes, the power of, what in the hell? That has nothing to do with it. How do these advertisements get on here? I don't know. Let's go. The next one says, I believe she went head first and then, okay, that's the other one we heard. Oh, here's a good one right here. As far as her head injuries, not necessarily. Based on the biomechanics, the impact can create an axial compressive load down to the cervical spine, but not necessarily cause a skull fracture. It's highly likely that she did sustain a concussion, but concussions are simply bruises to the inside of the brain and are not always detectable on CT or MRI scans, and not always visible bruises on the outside. I don't really know what CW was trying to prove with the point made about her not having visible brain injuries. In my opinion, that doesn't disprove it, or fake or real suicide attempts. Same with hesitation marks in my opinion. Humans just subconsciously are always going to want to protect themselves no matter the situation. Okay? This one says, I just don't believe that. You can tell me it's true, but I'm not buying no injuries on her skull, no cuts, no bruising, no visible concussions on a CT scan from a head first fall out on a frozen ground. Okay, yeah. The next one says, there's no conspiracy theory involved in using my own common sense to believe it's impossible to land on your head from a second-story window onto a frozen earth and not receive head wounds, skull fractures, hemorrhaging, or traumatic brain injuries. The next one says, for instance, have you ever seen someone dive into a swimming pool, but they're inexperienced and instead their back flops down and skids? I'm not trying to defend Lindsay at all. I'm just trying to help you see the biomechanics of it and doubt it was a perfect head first dive. The next one says, there was a reason Dawson was, okay, now here we're going to talk about the order in which she took the children's lives. And this is going to be very trigger warning, but listen carefully what I'm fixing to say. All right, here we go. This person says, there was a reason Dawson was first and so isolated from the others. It demonstrates she either snapped at Dawson or she knew he'd be the hardest to pin down, so she killed him separately and away from where she would then kill the others. It demonstrated a sound mind. She likely killed Cora next and didn't want her to see her brother, Dawson, and freak out. The baby was probably last because he didn't know any different. Poor babies. As a mother of 3 children myself, I'm sick to my stomach. Exactly, me too. And I believe that she chose Dawson first because she had a lot of anger toward Dawson. Remember in the testimony, they talked about her making comments about this is the hardest individual she's ever dealt with when she talked about Dawson. Because she had a hard time controlling Dawson. In my mind, I'm going to say something here. It's going to be a little bit trigger warning, but think about this for a second. In my mind, the only way that she could control what she was doing to the children was to put her legs on their arms so that they could not fight her. And then they're looking at her. They're looking at her face and fighting her as she's saying, go to God, putting this band around their neck and then strangling. Can you imagine the fear the other children would have had they seen this? He was not able to make noise because this was happening so fast, right? Yeah. Let's keep reading. It's a very, very scary truth to accept that a mother can actually have a sound mind and believe she has the right to take her children's lives if she's going to take her own. One doesn't have to be psychotic to be suicidal. Often, they're not. Nor do they have to be psychotic to be homicidal, even if they deem their motives to be altruistic, aka, I can't leave my children behind without a mother. It still doesn't make sense to us because I can't imagine a universe in which I think my children should die with me. She understood criminally, just like how fathers kill their children without being insane. Not all mothers have their children's best interest, even if they think they do. Agreed. In fact, there's something going on in the Chad Dorman case today. And I guess we can talk about that after break or something. But anyway, well said. It's very sad to think about it, and I appreciate your candor. It would be interesting to know if they found blood on the door handle. Her injuries are more consistent with landing on her head, but it's odd that she doesn't have a head injury and that the blood evidence doesn't align with her head first fall. Next one says, she made great informative visuals during the Reed and Murdoch trials. The one is good, but it felt off. Okay, they're talking about one of the witnesses. I don't think she had planned to jump out the window. I think the pills didn't work and cutting herself proved too painful to do the job properly. So she panicked and just jumped out the window, knowing Patrick was due home. Definitely did not go head first, though. Here's the next one says, all I know is that CW questioning it is a waste of effing time. When they're now conceding it was an attempt at suicide. The next person says, these theories have been all over the place, which is what will lose them this trial, unfortunately. The next one says, I agree, but so have the defense's theories. Was it PPP, over-medicated, improperly medicated, mania with psychosis? JFC, pick a lane, my dude. I think the jury will end up hung because of this. The next one says, I don't think she went head first. If she went head first and landed on her back, wouldn't her feet be facing away from the house? That's a good point, isn't it? Didn't PC say her feet were facing towards the house? Or did I hear that wrong? I was hoping that they would do some AI reenactments and visuals. This one says, the reenactment above shows this. She flipped while falling. I have to say it's quite a feat to break your back jumping from a height of only 13 feet. But it is possible if you land the wrong way. She got very unlucky. This one says, yes, her feet were facing away from the house. And the next one says something about somebody was wearing a helmet. I don't know what that's about, but okay. So that's one stream on Reddit. Let's go to the next one. I had made a statement about, okay, so now you've supported somebody who has taken the lives of her children and you've made her a millionaire. Way to go. Way to go. Right. Okay, here we go. Then here's another stream. Travis Decker zip-tied and suffocated his 3 children. He was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder before the brutal murders of his 3 daughters. He was a combat veteran. Nobody defended him. Thank God they didn't. Mental illness doesn't absolve your sins. Okay, the next one says, it doesn't absolve them, but the fact that he was a combat veteran, I think, has a lot to do with the deaths of his children, especially if he had PTSD. In a way, it's more explainable than Lindsay's crime. Agreed. I agree with that. Here we go. He also sought out help shortly before the murders, and yes, he did. He was also looking for help. This is so upsetting because this is a person who sounds like they legitimately couldn't get access to care and had way less of a support system. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not excusing anything nor defending this guy. They're talking about this Travis Decker over here, or excusing what he did. It was horrendous. I'm just curious at the fact that people like Lindsay would take this type of genuine struggle and appropriate it for their own use. What she is doing is not just disrespectful of her own kids, but is offensive to this man's children and anyone else like them, honestly. And I agree. The next person says, honestly, this will continue to happen until we move to 4-day work weeks or some kind of split week or split months or work. What? That has nothing to do with this. I see it every day. Patients, even those that do have the resources to seek mental health care, don't do it because our clinic is only open Monday through Friday. Many do have the time off to work to go, so they just don't go. Sure, I can write them FMLA. Okay, this is a doctor, I believe, talking. This is somebody in the health profession. And it says, sure, I can write them FMLA leaves, but it's pretty useless since most places require you to exhaust any PTO prior to using it, and then it's unpaid leave. I can almost guarantee that so many businesses would have better workers and our mental health and addiction numbers would go down if people could ever take a dang break. I know this guy was unemployed, but that failed system isn't just the healthcare access. It's the entire premises of how lives operate. And they were talking about Travis Decker in this Reddit stream. Listen to this. Adding to this comment makes it worse that he was unable to get the proper assistance he desperately sought out. Meanwhile, Lindsay was able to leave all the bells. Lindsay Clancy was able to have all the bells and whistles and to just deny them all to keep up her appearances. That's a good thought. The next one says, yeah, I think a person has a much stronger case if they have evidence that they sought help and weren't able to secure it. Wow, that sounds so obvious when I write it out like that. But her defense is nothing more than smoke and mirrors, claims of being failed by the system and nothing to back it up. I agree with that statement right there. The next person says, I mean, honestly, she failed the system. If she had been honest or followed any of the treatment plans, those children would probably be safe, and she would be getting better or away from them. Exactly, I agree with that. The next one says, the fact that you think she didn't is disturbing. I've spent the last 6 years screaming of failures of healthcare from the rooftops. Even went viral during COVID. However, you are dead ass wrong if your assumptions. No, I don't think they're wrong. That's their opinion. They have the right to that. The next person says, have you given birth? Okay, this one says, People with generalized anxiety don't usually go around killing their children either, and it was the only official diagnosis Lindsay Clancy had before the murders. But look where we are today. Exactly. The next one says, I didn't say his PTSD killed the kids, but it was probably a driving factor in making his BPD worse. The next one says, I could write a list of similar cases. Wow. Yeah, I thought I knew about this case. Sadly, I knew about a similar case where the man murdered his 3 daughters. The next one says, this list is endless for men. The Indiana dad, there was the hiking case in Utah where he took his 3 kids up 11,000 feet in October snowstorms. They all lived, but one will face a lifetime of struggles. He was pulled over by the police for being suicidal a week before, and they took his guns. No one ever talks about it. All of this about Lindsay Clancy because society can't bear the thought of the evil mother committed against what she committed against her children. And the next one says, please do it, so helpful. The next one says, how about if we fix it, the system, and stop letting these mentally ill parents around their children unsupervised? Right. The next person says, well, how would we do that? So the next person over here states, a good portion of the population is mentally ill with SI. I don't think we want to live in a world where everyone's kids are taken away without enough information to confirm they are a threat. The next person says, they don't even take them away with enough information. And the next person says, agreed. The next person says, where are you getting this information? This is absolutely not true. Listen to this one, guys. The CDC, 5% of adults have experienced serious suicidal thoughts. That's not a good portion of the population. That's just a minuscule. What is it? A minuscule amount. Okay. 5% is a huge portion of the population in a country of 350 billion. That's 17. Oh, wow. How about that? Imagine how many of them have kids and how many kids that represents. The next one says, I don't think we want to live in a world where everyone's kids are just taken away without enough information to confirm they are a threat. I do, especially since kids are rarely taken away with or without enough information. Okay, we're coming back. Here we go.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right.
It's going to be Dr. Helper.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, so this is going to be witness number 80. Here we go.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
What do they have in their hand? What is that?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Spray, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kirk Halvern.
He looks stern.
Start right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you give to the court and the judge and the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant is the truth, the whole
I do.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kirk Heilbrun. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run two clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980.
UT.
And I, as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals. And
are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys. And I supervise individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that we're asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asked us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asked us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Halbern's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. Abram Mack. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages. So I'm not going through them with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents, look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy, approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice. Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So, no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the PowerPoint. In terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school, and she got straight A's, basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable, and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure, and that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those. And from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia. and felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, racing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, so kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your point here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finishes.
Why don't you come in focus?
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still at number 2, but I'm also sticking in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is, these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you, as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th. And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it. Feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in Women and Infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now before we go on to McLean.
Yes.
About Women and Infants. Were you able to review the Women and Infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the Women and Infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by Women and Infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes. She was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said, when I was asking her about it, that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge, because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically, what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that, because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now. And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her 3rd child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was she was into exercise, and she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, It does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time, and depressed symptoms and sadness and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much. One of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, to her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So it's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But what really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder. And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with making a diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar 2 and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her whether, she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags, and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days? Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2. I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
Okay. And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that I administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
It's
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right. Why don't we do that? Thank you. All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay.
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, just like this.
All right, Doc, you may step down. All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right. So we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
All right, guys, what do you think? What do you think? Now they're breaking for lunch, and I know we all have some things we need to do during lunch. We always do this every day. When they take lunch, we kind of go do some things, feed our dogs, that kind of stuff. Very, very interesting today, listening to these guys, the experts talk. Now, I like this Dr. Halbert. I like him. He seems to be very educated and very honest about what he's trying to tell us. In fact, he also told us that they did not even disagree, that they disagreed on what he thought the diagnosis was with his part, or with the other guy, Dr. Mack. So I think that's going to be interesting as the rest of the day goes on. My goodness. Yeah, just my goodness. What can I say, right? Hey there, Cinderella. So good to see you. Yeah, no matter what, she's still unalive those babies. And that's the thing I was going to talk to you about. I forgot about this. Hang on a minute. Because remember, I asked this question earlier. I said, well, what if she was a man? I mean, what are you saying here? A man certainly can't claim postpartum psychosis. That's the reason why he took his children's lives, can he? Well, here's the thing. This is what it's coming back and telling. When I ask these questions, this is what it comes up with. Okay, so I'm going to go back over to the top and I'm going to look at this. No, men are not legally barred from using the same type of mental health defenses. The important distinction is between a medical diagnosis and the legal insanity or criminal responsibility defense. In Massachusetts, for example, the law does not say postpartum psychosis equals a defense for women. The jury is instructed to ask whether the defendant, regardless of sex, had a mental disease or defect that caused him or her to lack the substantial capacity either to understand the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct or to conform to the conduct to the law. Now, so what a man claims that's comparable. A man could potentially present psychotic disorder, acute psychosis, which is hallucinations, delusions, or severe loss of contact with reality. Or he could use bipolar disorder with psychotic features, particularly a severe manic or depressive episode with psychosis, or major depressive disorder with a psychotic feature. Now, severe depression accompanied by delusions or hallucinations, or schizophrenia or another schizophrenia spectrum disorder. So brief psychotic disorders are another acute psychotic episodes. Substance-induced psychosis, although this gets more complicated because voluntary intoxication generally isn't itself enough for an insanity defense. Severe mental disease triggered or exacerbated by medication, substances, sleep deprivation, or another circumstance, depending on the evidence. So the key point is that he doesn't need a male equivalent of postpartum psychosis. He needs evidence that a qualifying mental disease or defect actually destroyed the legally required capacity at the time of the killing. And this is where the Lindsay Clancy argument gets interesting, okay? The defense in Lindsay Clancy's case is using postpartum psychosis as the explanation for the alleged psychotic state. But the ultimate legal question in Massachusetts is broader. One defense expert has testified that Clancy's severe mental illnesses prevented her from understanding the right from wrong and controlling her behaviors. If a father killed his children while experiencing severe psychosis, his lawyer could theoretically make essentially the same criminal responsibility argument, substantiating that underlying mental illnesses for postpartum psychosis. So, and there's an important point people sometimes miss. Postpartum psychosis in itself is not an automatic legal excuse. The Massachusetts instruction specifically says mental disease or defect is a legal term, not a medical term, and it doesn't even have to correspond to the formal psychiatric diagnosis. So the hypothetical would be, mother, I was suffering from postpartum psychosis and therefore couldn't appreciate the wrongfulness of killing my children, versus a father, I was suffering from an acute psychotic disorder or bipolar psychosis and therefore couldn't appreciate the wrongfulness of killing my children. So legally, those arguments can be treated under the same criminal responsibility standards. Where the controversy comes in is the postpartum psychosis provides a very specific biological reproductive context that means obviously a man cannot have. And it can provide a narrative connecting childbirth, hormonal changes, sleep disruption, psychiatric illness, and psychosis. That doesn't mean a man has no equivalent defense. It means his defense would be based on the underlying psychiatric disease and its effect on his mental capacity, rather than pregnancy, postpartum, or physiology. So Massachusetts' current instructions expressly apply to the standards to the defendant, and even specifically the state the judge should use the defendant's appropriate gender pronoun. So that is, I wanted to talk about that for a second. So the bottom line is, whether postpartum psychosis is actually doing any legal work that ordinary psychosis couldn't do under the Massachusetts insanity standard, the answer is largely no. The legal test is the loss of capacity, not the postpartum label. So there you go. That is what happens if you wanted to say, well, could a man claim the same thing? Let's see what it says. Travis Decker, the man, yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. I was talking about him earlier and what he did. You know, he also had PTSD. Now, isn't it interesting that this doctor was talking about the fact that now she has PTSD after what she considers her tragedy, right? And I don't think that bipolar 2 is going to give her the right to claim she didn't know right from wrong. I just don't believe that's going to happen here. Or maybe I should say I don't want to believe that's going to happen here because I don't want to believe that somebody's going to walk away. Well, they don't necessarily walk away, but not have some long-term incarceration either in a hospital or a prison for killing your 3 children. Come on. Again, you know, why is it that we make excuses or let people make excuses for killing their children? It should not happen. You kill a child, you kill the child. It doesn't matter whether it was an accident or whether you meant to do it or whether you did not know it was right or wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong, right? It's just so damn ridiculous. It is. Okay, so it's actually 12:04 here in Texas, which means it's 1:04 over in Massachusetts, and they're going to start back at 2 o'clock. So I'm just going to play something. I don't know what I'm going to play, but we'll play something. Here we go. She wouldn't have jumped out the window if she hadn't known what she'd done, right? Right. I agree with you right there. Cinderella makes a very good point. Well, why did she go jump out the window? Did she realize that, I'm going to be in trouble? Or was she always intending to kill herself and the children? And if she always intended to kill herself and the children, then she knew what she was doing. That would be premeditated, wouldn't it? I think it would be premeditated, right? Yeah. What does Cinderella say? Was wrong. Right. That's right. I agree with you right there. It's sort of fascinating, actually. I mean, here's something I want to know. Let me see. Let me check something. How many? Whoops. Hang on a second. I'm going to look at something. Is your hang on. I'm going to look and see if they've been released yet. Hang on just a second. Here's the question I'm asking. How many women have received the NGRI for killing their children and are released from the hospital? I mean, how many? Just how many? I'm sure it's going to say I can't answer that, but we're going to ask the question anyway. There's no reliable nationwide count. Okay. The United States does not maintain a centralized database tracking the NGRI child killing cases through the eventual release. But I found several important documented cases. So here we go. We're going to talk about the ones that are documented cases of this. Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you, Cinderella, because I do want to know. And I think anytime you have that kind of I think that should be tracked. It absolutely should be tracked. Because now I've talked about this before, and I've said this, and I know people are like, what? I really do believe that the things they put in food these days is driving a lot of the mental illness that we see. Because why is there so many people becoming mentally ill? Right? Okay, so a clear example is Diana Evers. Now, Diana Evers killed her 3 daughters by drowning them in 1980 after experiencing schizophrenia and religious hallucinations. She was found at NGRI and spent nearly 30 years in a state hospital. I think that was fair. 30 years is fair. In 2010, doctors testified that she had recovered sufficiently to be released. They said she was no longer experiencing hallucinations and could handle stressful situations. So yes, there are women who killed their children, were found in NGRI, spent decades in the psychiatric hospitals, and were eventually released. Andrea Yates is a different story. It's the same, but it's different. Now, Andrea Yates killed all 5 of her children and was ultimately found in NGRI in 2006, but she has not been released. She remains in a Texas hospital. So that's important because the NGRI verdict doesn't mean walk free. The person can remain hospitalized for decades, and release depends on the state's laws and whether the person is considered safe. There are more cases. There is actually research specifically examining women who were NGRI for homicide. One California study identified 47 women who had been found in GRI from homicide and hospitalized at Napa State Hospital between 1991 and 2005. Some of the women had killed infants or older children. But, hang on a second. Let's see what Steve Riley says. Yeah. Andrea, yeah, denied, right. At first she was, and then she actually had a second trial when she got that. But anyway, yeah. All right, here we go. Now, but the 47 is not 47 women who killed children, and it certainly isn't 47 women who were subsequently released. It was 47 NGRI female homicide offenders in that particular California hospitalization period. A very important distinction for your Lindsay Clancy question. This is what I'm trying to determine. If you're trying to determine how often does the woman kill her children, get the NGRI and eventually get out. That's a much narrower question, and I can dig into it, it says. Yeah, I want it to build me a documented list. Let's do that. Let's have it build us a documented list. Hang on. It will take more than a moment, but okay. Here we go. Oops, it's spelling it right. That's something I really do want to know. Yeah, let's see. Okay, it's going to look at it for just a second, but I just think that, well, you know, Letitia Stouch tried the same thing, but it did not work for her. So here it goes. Yes, I dug into the documented cases, and there are at least 2 very clear U.S. examples of mothers who killed children, found NGRI, spent years in a psychiatric hospital, and were subsequently released. There are additional child killing cases where releases has not occurred and cannot yet be verified. So we have Deanna Laney in Texas. She 2 killed, 1 seriously injured. She had an NGRI in 2004. She spent 8 years and was released in 2012. 8 years, that's not enough, right? Diana Evers in Florida killed 3. She got the NGRI in 1981. She spent nearly 30 years, and she was released, approved, ordered in 2010. Then we have Nancy Cantarian. She's in Virginia. She killed 2 children. Not GRI, guilty plea to voluntary manslaughter. Psychiatric hospitalization, yes, 1986. Wow. Okay, how about that? Let's see. And Cinderella says, yeah, let's see. Letitia is saying she's insane now. Letitia always said, she always, she filed, hang on a minute. She pled not guilty by reason of insanity. That was her whole trial, was about whether she was legally sane or insane at the time she did this, which is exactly what is happening in this case. Now, of course, the court decided, you were sane, you knew what you were doing, and that's how she ended up in prison. Now, in this case, they have asked for 1st and 2nd degree murder in the jury charges. If she is found sane, then they have 1st and 2nd degree murder as an option for her criminal responsibility. They don't want to put the intoxication in there because they don't want it to come out as manslaughter, and I don't blame them. But but of course she wants to be found insane so she can just spend her time at the hospital. You have people that will say, "Well, golly, she's in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Isn't that enough?" No, it's not enough. All of this is she did all of this to her damn self. She needs to be held legally responsible for what she did and not be over there petted and baby because she's now in a wheelchair. So what? Lots of people are in prison in wheelchairs. Some people end up in a wheelchair after going to prison that were not in a wheelchair. Things happen in prison. There's nothing we can do about that. But I'm just tired of seeing excuses made for this kind of shit, because it is shit. It makes me sick to my stomach, really. So, yeah, 100%, Cinderella, 100%. And people think, oh, you're so mean. No, I'm not mean. I'm not mean. I'm just tired of seeing this happening over and over and over. Oh, I was intoxicated. Oh, I was insane that day. Oh, I had psychosis that day. No, you don't have it just one day. That's not how this works. I mean, yeah, she's hooked up to all kinds of machines. She's in the hospital. But on February the 6th, she sure was able to call Patrick. And what did she say to Patrick? She talked about herself and Patrick's relationship, not one word about the kids. She knew what she did. She knew what she did. That's why she did not ask about the children. She knew they were all dead. Are you in psychosis? Are you going to remember you killed your children? Or you just, well, she's going to say, well, I had these commands that were telling me to kill my children, so I did it. So she does know what she did, right? Feel the same as you, Little Red. Thank you, Pam. I do. I mean, it is incredible. It is an incredible waste of the court's time and the United States and the people of America's money, because in the end, who pays for all of these? We do. We pay for all of this. The state of Massachusetts, the people who live in the state of Massachusetts end up paying for this, right? So it's by the taxes that who pays for all these prosecutions. So, and you're not talking about cheap prosecutions either. All the experts in this case, those are high dollar. I'm sure they each made about $250,000 or so on this one case. Think about that for a minute. They're highly paid people, right? All right. So I guess we'll come back at I'll come back at like 150, something like that. I get, let me see. Y'all want me to just play something from earlier while we wait? Let's see. I tried to put myself in her shoes. I'm sorry. I would disappear into the system and live my life in prison. Because I would deserve it. Thank you, Cinderella. You're right. You're right. Me too. There's no way. Well, but here's the thing. People like us cannot even put ourselves in her situation. We can't put ourselves in her shoes because it is so far from our brain to think anybody could do such a thing, especially the mother of the children. Because you got to imagine what this looks like. Can you imagine the face of little Dawson, cute, cute, cute child, as she wrangles him down? She's got her legs on his arms so that he can't fight her. And she's wrapping an exercise band around his neck and choking him, saying, go to God, baby, go to God. Can you imagine the fear and the pain that child experienced right then and there? I hope the jurors think about this as they're looking at all the information that we did not get to see, because again, certain facts of this case have been hid from us, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's a tough case, yes it is. But every time a child is killed, it's a tough case. But when they appeal, all this information comes out anyway. It's not like you're going to be able to hide this forever. It will be documented in the appeal. The statements will be shown. Whatever was on the videos will be talked about. It's just part of the appeal process. So I really, truly hope, I just pray that they do the right thing and put her ass in prison. Don't feel sorry for her. She felt not one bit of sorrow as she did what she did. Yeah. He fought her. She was looking that little boy in the eye. Yeah, but he might have been kicking and stuff, but he wasn't able to grab her face or grab her hands because he had him pinned down. There's no way he could. And she chose him first, Cinderella. She chose Dawson first because she did not like that child. She had made many, many statements that he was the hardest individual she had ever met. He was probably just a hyperactive child. Okay, so what? I know exactly what that's like. It's okay. But I never once thought about killing my own child. Never once. No, did not happen. So I think what I'm going to do is let's go find a live that I've done before, and we'll just replay it in the middle while we wait instead of this same old crappy music that's offered by YouTube, because that's all you can play to avoid a copyright strike. So I'll just play one of my old lives, and then we'll be ready to come back later. So let me go pull something up. Hang on. Let's see. What do we want to look at? Here we go. Let's see. All right. I got to feed my dogs and do a couple of things. But anyway, let's go over here. Oh my God. Let's go to my channel, view your channel. Okay. All right, let's go to the lives. Lives, let's go look. What looks good? We're going to go past over there. Hang on a second, guys. We're going to go past all that. We watched the Innocence Project the other day, didn't we? What about watch Elizabeth? Here's one. This one's probably pretty good. It's only an hour and 1 minute, and it's about Astrid Bridges, which was a cold case, but it's not. It was not anymore. They actually finally arrested somebody. So we'll watch this one. Hang on. Go back. Let me get the real. Hang on. Let me get this movie. Come on. Stop. All right, just a second. So I can get this pulled back up. I got to turn it down and all that. It's so damn loud because their courtroom is so shitty. All right. Gonna be, let me turn this down and we'll get ready. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna turn this on and y'all can just watch this or listen to it while we go to lunch and do a couple other things. So here we go. Is that the wrong one? Don't tell me that. Shit ass, come on now. I'm having a problem, y'all. Just bear with me. I keep hitting the wrong one. It's right here. For some reason, it's like I don't want to show the right one. All right, here we go. Now, let me share my studio so y'all can see this. It's about a cold case. It's not cold anymore, and it's been years and years and years. But they finally found the person who has done this, I believe, is the way I remember this one. It's been a while since I looked at this. It's the Astrid Bridges case. A Killer Among Us. Here we go. All right, guys. Let me know if I need to turn it up or anything. All right. How's everybody doing today? Let's see. Are we live? Okay. StreamYard has what? StreamYard has lost that. All right, there we go. All right, this is about an hour long. We won't be able to watch the whole thing, but y'all can just look at it. We won't put it on Kick today. That's okay. So with that, how's everybody doing? I hope you had a wonderful evening today. We're going to go feed my dog. Y'all enjoy your lunch. It's now 30. I think it's 30 years old. This is from it's from 33 years old. This is from September the 27th of 1993. The person's name is Astrid Bridges. Now, there's a lot of things about this case that kind of does not make sense to me, but that doesn't really mean anything because we know in these cold cases, when they start relooking at it, they reclassify. It was originally just classified as an accident. Then they reclassified it as a homicide. So now they've taken all the information and they're relooking at it. So let me give you a little background and then we'll get started on this. The death of Astrid Bridges, she was a 22-year-old woman found in Gresham, Oregon in 1993. Now, her death was labeled as undetermined, but now, this happened in 2024, the medical examiner has officially reclassified her death as a homicide. This is a major development, and it opens the doors to new leads, new suspects, and new hope for justice. And I hope her family actually gets justice for this. Let's go ahead and do our fair use disclaimer. Get that going. This live stream contains commentary, analysis, and educational discussions protected under fair use. All individuals mentioned are presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. All information is sourced from verified news outlets, official statements, and public records. So yes, that's my short version of my fair use. So let's just go ahead and get going on this case. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a little article about this case. Well, we'll start with the very beginning. Let's do that instead. The background. Astrid Bridges was found dead on September the 27th of 1993 near the intersection of South 22nd Avenue and Southeast Young Hill Street in Gresham, inside her home. She was 22. She had recently moved from Portland metro area to Gresham. Her lifestyle placed her, well, it really did not. We'll see. She was married. She had one child. Let me pull up all the information that I actually have on this case. So, Astrid Bridges. Okay, that's the first thing we're going to do. Okay, so let me share my screen so we can all look at it together. Please come on in. If you're in the bushes, come on in. Let's talk about it together. I love to talk about cold cases. I love to talk about the appeals process of cases and things like that. That is what I enjoy doing, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So let me pull this up over here, and we will get going. All right, let's make sure everything's working properly on our end. I know sometimes we've had, well, and especially in the past couple of days, we've had people saying, oh, the sound is skipping or the picture is skipping, that kind of thing. So we just want to make sure it's working properly. So there we go. All right, so let's pull it on up and get going. Let me share my screen. Here we go. Okay. Okay, Make sure you can see what I'm seeing while we talk about this. You know, I need to make that bigger. Can I maximize that? Let's see. Well, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Let's pull this up over here. Get rid of that part. I don't like all those. Okay. So Ashton Bridges. Now listen to this. Okay, let me get rid of this information over here. This is not exactly correct. I think it's talking about the wrong person because there are two Bridges cases, but the one I first told you about is not the correct one. Let me remove that from my silly. All right, let's get on back over here. Astrid Bridges was a 45-year-old woman found deceased in her Gresham, Oregon home on July the 2nd of 1993. More than 3 decades later, authorities have reclassified her death as a homicide and reopened the investigation. This is from the Gresham Police Department. Okay, close that. Ooh, all these advertisements are me. After Bridges was found dead in her Gresham, Oregon home on July the 2nd, the medical examiner's office reclassified the death from accident to homicide. Police have reopened this cold case and are asking anyone to come forward that may have information or may have something to tell that they did not realize was part of the case a long time ago. If you have any information, please contact the Gresham, Oregon Police Department. I will get that number for you so that you will have it if you have any information. Now, more than 30 years after this 45-year-old Oregon woman was found deceased in her home, authorities have reopened this case after the medical examiner reclassified her death from an accident to homicide. So what I understand is that it appeared as if she had fallen down the stairs in her home, I believe in the basement. Let's get all the facts straight. The Gresham Police Department announced that the investigation into the death of Astrid Bridges has been reopened following a new review of the evidence. According to police, officers responded to a home on Overlook Court in Southwest Gresham on July the 2nd of 1993, where they found Bridges deceased. Investigators collected physical evidence, interviewed her family, and canvassed the neighborhood for information. At that time, the medical examiner's office ruled that Bridges' death was accidental. So there she is. There's her picture. So after re-examination of the physical evidence and Bridges' injuries, however, the medical examiner's office determined that her death should be classified as a homicide, prompting authorities to reopen this case. Now, the Gresham Police Chief, Travis Goldberg, said that the department now has the resources to actively investigate this older case. Thanks to the combined impacts of the voter-approved police and fire levy, our work with Gresham Police Associations to hire additional detectives and our patrol division efforts, including the ceasefire initiative to reduce ongoing crime, we are now able to assign these important cases for active investigation, says Goldberg. Detectives with the Gresham Police Department are leading the investigation with assistance from investigators from, I think it's Multnomah County District Attorney's Office. Now, anyone with information about this case is asked to contact Detective Tyson Conroy at tyson.conroy@greshamoregon.gov. So the information in this story comes from a Facebook post issued by the Gresham Police Department, and this story was also reported in Los Angeles. Now, let's go back over here and talk for a minute. Hey, Cinderella, how you doing, girl? I just saw you coming in. Yeah, there was another Bridges case, and I think when I was pulling all my information, my system over here decided it was going to use the wrong persons. They were both in Oregon. How about that? So let's go back up here and pull all of our. Let's pull our source information now. I'm going to go to KATU ABC Portland and see how they reported this. Here we go. Let me pull this up. All right. Let's see. Is that this is going to be. This is on YouTube. Let me pull this up on YouTube. Hang on just a second. Thank you for your patience. I'll make sure. All right, hang on. So let me share the screen. We'll go look at this other little short video that on YouTube that's about Miss Gresham. And why am I not on the screen? That's weird. Okay, it's all right. We'll pull this up. Let me share my screen really quick. Oh, I need to go to YouTube to do this, but let's see. Well, it is a YouTube. Maybe it'll be all right. So this is going to be full credit to KGW News. We putting that there in just a second, and we'll get this going. So let me do that. I think it's called KGW. Wait a minute, back up. There it is. All right. Hang on a second. Make sure I spell that correct. I won't have that problem today. Yeah, I did. All right, good. There you go. Yes, I'm wearing my contacts today, but I still have to wear my reading. Oh, it doesn't like it. I forgot about that. Here we go. There we go. So this is great at the KGW News, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at this right quick and listen to their story on this. There is not a lot of information about this case. There's just not. Even the police department, even the police chief who was talking about this case to a reporter said that they would have to go back and look at all the old newspapers and things like that to get information because they themselves did not have that information. And I thought that was kind of interesting because I'm like, well, how do you not have that information? Y'all should have collected every piece of newspaper article, all of that should have been in your case file. So you could always refer back to it. But anyway, they're saying they don't have all that. So there's just not a lot of information to find. Now, I did contact the officer that we were told to contact to ask him if he would be willing to talk about this and was there anything else he could provide me with. But of course, he said at this time they did not have the manpower to come on a live show and discuss this case. And there was a lot of information they could not release at this time because it's an ongoing investigation. And I understood that, and I agree. I mean, so I could not get anybody from that department to come on to a live show and talk about this case. So here we go. Let's listen to this. Am I watching this one? Here we go.
I am not surprised that somebody's looking into it finally.
It's been 33 years since the death that rocked Carla and Les Barnhart's quiet Gresham neighborhood. In this cul-de-sac on Southwest 8th and Overlook Court is where police say 45-year-old Astrid Bridges lived and died. It was July 2nd, 1993. The medical examiner ruled her death accidental. But this week, following a new look at evidence and Astrid's injuries, police announced her death is now a homicide.
It gave me goosebumps. The fact that there's a cold case story that's just come to light that I've not heard anything about, but that I knew that there was a supposed accident years ago.
Astrid's family no longer lives here, but Carla says the story Astrid's husband shared at the time was that his wife fell from a ladder while cleaning the gutters.
I was suspicious that someone would
minute.
fall from a ladder that was not that old, I don't think.
Investigators tell us accidental deaths are rarely ruled homicides.
Here's the thing about this case, though. I've heard some other stories where she was found inside, not outside. So there's some details that are just kind of missing on this, and I don't know that we'll get them right now. But it's been told several different ways of what actually happened to her. But it was a fall. It was considered an accident at the time. So here we go.
Let alone 3 decades later. They won't tell us what led them to reopen the case, but they're anxious to solve it.
Even if we can't make an arrest, to bring closure to someone, to get answers.
Gresham Police Detective Adam Wright says they'll use technology that wasn't available in 1993, including DNA advances. They're also partnering with investigators from the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office and using resources funded by a recently passed police and fire levy. What they really need? Any details someone might remember about Astrid and how she died.
Whether it's a day after a crime happened or 30 years later, those small pieces, things that may seem insignificant, are stuff we will work to build into a bigger piece of the puzzle.
And neighbors like Carla,
it's like something's fishy here,
are ready for the big picture. In Gresham, Catherine Cook, KGW News.
Yeah, that is, and I understand why she thinks it's fishy. You gotta wonder, why would a 45-year-old woman be on a ladder getting leaves out of a gutter? Why would she be there doing that? I mean, myself, yeah, everybody knows I'm 65, I'll be 66. But even at 45, I would have never gotten on a ladder to clean leaves out of a gutter. I just would never have tried that myself. But I mean, that's just me, and I know everybody's different. So let's pull up the official Gresham Police Department's official press release. Hang on a second, guys. Let me pull this one up over here. Let's see. Whoop, no, that's not it. Come on now. see what this one is. Hang on, guys. Oh, listen, this is going to be from, let's go to MSN and look at their story on this. Hang on a second. I'm going to pull up this MSN story. Here we go. All right. Now, hey, Cinderella, did you finish your project yesterday with your pea gravel? When I was telling my husband how hot it was where you are in that area, he was like, good God, those people don't know how to live in that kind of heat. And, I said, no, they don't. That's really way too hot for them, And he goes, yeah, I'm sick. Okay, my bad. I'm 60. You would? Oh, Lord, girl, you are braver than me. But of course, I had fallen downstairs and had back surgery. And so that made me very afraid of climbing on anything. I even get afraid if somebody gets on like a chair or something to get up in the top. And it's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. You can fall. Don't do that. It just scares me so bad. But that's only because, I fell downstairs. That I will never forget. But anyway, let's go look at the story from MSN. Okay. So we're going to save our picture there. Let me see if there's anything different here in this story that wasn't in the other story. Okay. Here they're saying Astrid Bridges was found deceased in her home on Overlook Court on July the 2nd. In the late afternoon, police officers responded to a call regarding a person with suspicious injuries. According to Gresham Police Department, the case transitioned into a suspicious death investigation after she was deceased. Now, police officers and detectives collected evidence at the home, interviewed Bridges' family, and asked neighbors for information. The medical examiner ultimately ruled her death as accidental at the time. And this was according to the police department. Now, on Thursday, this was just last Thursday, the Gresham police announced that the medical examiner's office has reclassified the death as a homicide after re-examining the evidence and her injuries. They said they aren't able to release any details about her injuries because they're protecting the integrity of the investigation. And I'm glad they're doing that because I hope they do find whoever's responsible for this. Then somebody says, while cold case homicides present unique challenges, I'm confident we will be able to get justice for Astrid. This is from Tyson Conroy. Now, Tyson Conroy is the detective that I tried to contact or that I sent the email to get some information. The announcement has stirred memories in the quiet neighborhood where Bridges lived and died. Carla Barnhart, who has lived in the area for decades, says she remembers this 1993 death and that she shocked her and her other neighbors. I'm not surprised that somebody is looking into it finally. Now, this is the lady that we just saw on that little interview. She was suspicious that someone would fall. Okay. The decision to reclassify in this unusual investigation acknowledged. The police said accidental deaths are rarely later ruled as homicide, particularly a 30-year-old case. I would like to know what they found. It had to be something to do with her injuries that maybe as time has come along, knowledge has come along, that the new medical examiner might have said, hey, let me relook at that. Maybe there was something that was missed. I'm just wondering if that's how they discovered this. Now, they have not disclosed what prompted them to reopen the case, but detectives said modern investigative tools could play a key role. Adam Wright says investigations plan to use advanced DNA. We heard that. The department is also working with other resources. Okay. Even if we can't make an arrest to bring closure to someone to get answers, he spoke. Investigators are urging anyone who may remember details about Bridges' death or circumstances surrounding the case to come forward, saying seemingly minor information could prove valuable. Whether it's a day after a crime happened or 30 years later, those small pieces or things may seem insignificant and are stuff that we will work to build into a bigger piece of the puzzle, says Wright. Anyone with information, please contact Tyson Conroy at Gresham. Okay, so there's just not a whole lot of information about this case, but I certainly hope they find all the information they need. Cinderella says, we're still working on it, just glad we're in this. Yes, today, it's still raining here in Texas today. It's not hot, but it's just overcast, cloudy. I tell you what, when it rains, it just makes me depressed. I don't know why, but it makes me depressed. I just don't enjoy it, Let's see. I know there's just not a lot of information to talk about. So this is going to be a rather short discussion on Astrid Bridges, but I certainly hope they do find justice for her and her family. I'm not sure. Let me see something. me see if I can find any information on her actual family. Now, I know that they talked about a husband, but what I don't know about is actual children. So let me go over here and see if I can find something on that quickly. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, let's see. Let's see if there's anything out here. Let's see. Okay, more than 30 years. Wow, sadly, I don't see anything about her husband or her family. That's sad. This is called Hoodline. Let's see what this is. Hoodline, what is this? Russian's cold case. Let's see if there's any information. Let's see if there's any new information on this little story right here. Hold on a second. I really wish I could get more information, but I understand. I do. Let's see if there's anything here. There she is. I should save that. You know why I should save that? For a thumbnail, because I plan on keeping up with everything that's going on this case. Here we go. Let's save this right here. She almost looks like she could be my aunt, to be honest with you. Isn't that wild? Okay, Astrid, put her name on here and save it. Yeah. Okay, is there anything on this here? Let's see. Let me kind of look through it, see if there's anything new. City officials say this cold case did not move forward for years, largely because the detectives simply did not have the bandwidth to dig back into the old files. That changed after recent staffing and funding shifts that gave the department more room to maneuver. Okay, so we found that out. Let's see. I wonder how many other cold cases that they're working on. I bet it's more than her. I bet there's more than one. Well, actually, they actually did solve a cold case over there. It was just not too long ago. I think I'm gonna pull that one up. Hang on a second. Let's find that one. Cold case solved. Okay. I do remember seeing this. Gresham, Oregon. All right. Let's see. This was just like, well, here's one. 40 years later. 40 years later, Oregon cold case solved with DNA technology. Let's see who it was on. Oh no, I don't have to get up. Oh, this is from MS. Oh, well, let me get the. Let's see. Let's see if we can find that. I just read about this the other day too. Come on, we want to know what's the name of the cold case. Okay, hang on a second. Let's pull this up this way. This year in Gresham, Oregon. And that would be great if they can solve that one. They can solve this one. Okay, that's 1993. That's her. Let's see. Anybody else? Reopened. Let's see. No, maybe it was just in Oregon. Let me pull it up a different way. I'm gonna try to pull it up this a different way. But this was just like not too long ago. They were talking about this old case that they were able to solve. Okay, Oregon State Police, and there is the cold case unit. Oregon cold case. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. Now, go away. We're going to pull this one up. This one was solved after 50 years. They were able to solve a cold case in Oregon. Let's take a look at that one really fast. There we go. 50 years later, I'm so glad to hear they were able to do that. Oregon cold case solved after more than 50 years, and this is from March 26th of 2026. Let's see, where is this? Land that was 17 minutes ago. I want to know this story right here. Oh, I guess we can.
I wish there was an easy way to control that stink.
Hey, your wish is my command.
Who are you?
Your kitchen godfather.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to watch this or not, but I don't want to watch an advertisement. No. Okay. So apparently somebody, this is the story that I kind of got from this little cold case. It was solved 50 years later. After a man went missing in 1974 while traveling from Montana to California. I want to find an actual story, not an advertisement. Well, who is it? Let's see. Okay. Well, I need to know his name, I guess, but I don't want to watch this advertisement. Let's see if we can find a way to get around the advertisement. Oh, wait for just a second. It says it's only 13 seconds. Let's see. We might have to watch the advertisement. Let me see if I can get it over here. Hang on just a second. I'm going to share this.
Incinerator.
I can skip it. Oh, here
Oregon
we go.
State Police have solved what they say is one of its coldest cases. Human remains were found in Oregon in 1978, and little information was known about them until now. Fox 12's Vince Ibarra joins us now live in studio with details on the investigation and reaction from those close to the missing person. Vince?
Well, Pete, a remarkable discovery. State police say for more than 50 years, they've held on to the remains of an unidentified person, but with modern technology and several agencies stepping in to help, they were able to solve a decades-old cold case. This is the last photo taken of Mark Smith at his sister's wedding in September of 1973. Oregon State Police say Smith went missing sometime in 1974 while he was traveling from Montana to California. 4 years later, human remains were found by a logging crew near Williams, Oregon. Officials say they weren't able to identify Smith at the time.
All we actually had was a cranium and part of his scapula or his shoulder blade.
Oregon State forensic anthropologist Haley Collard-Stalder says the case went shelved until 2020. That's when the unknown remains were sent to the University of North Texas for DNA extraction and analysis. Although it didn't identify the individual, it did offer better insight into who the person was.
We discovered that instead of it being a female, like this person was suspected to be at the time, is actually a male.
The case continued to remain unsolved until a breakthrough in September of 2025.
Somebody uploaded their kit, their DNA kit, to one of these ancestry sites, and the genealogist was like, "Oh my gosh, I can finally build the tree." That was the linchpin.
Collard-Stalder says the discovery brought on a range of emotion for Smith's family.
Mixed shock and grief all over again, and
We're going to look at
some
this
sort
case
of
soon.
at
Hang on.
least.
Actually, what I'm going to do is we're going to let this play, and I'm pulling up information about Mark Smith and this 50-year-old cold case. I don't know if it was foul play or if just something happened to him along the way. Let's just watch.
Not necessarily closure, but answers for what happened to Mark.
And Pete, I did ask if there was any understanding as to how Smith died, and unfortunately, they didn't have any information on that, but officials do share there's no evidence of foul play, and his cause of death is now under investigation. Pete?
Okay, so they didn't really solve a case, but they were able to identify somebody. Why am I not on the stage? What is going on here? They were able to identify somebody from 50-year-old remains, which I think that's wonderful. And you know, people say, "Oh, you shouldn't put your DNA on in those genealogy sites. You shouldn't do that because you know people can find you." Well, here, I mean, if you've committed a crime at some point and you've been hiding, yeah, I can see why you don't want to put yours in there. But as far as locating family members, I can see why you would want to know. I mean, you get a lot of information from this DNA website when you send in your DNA and they send you back a little report about yourself. You get a lot of information, and you connect to family members that you didn't even know you had, which I thought was kind of interesting, but I can see why some people don't want to do it. So in February 2026, these remains were officially identified as Mark Smith, the 19-year-old who was vanished in 1974. They're not able to tell you what happened to him, but at least they have told you who he is. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else on here about him. Yeah, we just don't have anything on him. We don't have anything to talk about as far as he's concerned. Let me see if there's any other cold cases that haven't been solved lately. And let's look into 2026 and see if there's been any. Okay, well, that's 25, but that's okay. Here we go. We'll just talk about it for a second. This won't be a long live. I just want to talk about her for a minute. Oh, here's another. Listen to this. This is from a cold case solved in Oregon in 2025. Something called the Swamp Mountain Doe, identified as Marion Vanetta Nagle McWhorter, and this was solved in September 2025. She was a 49-year-old woman found in 1976, Wolf Creek Swamp Mountain, Lynn County. And then it was solved in September 2025. Advanced DNA and forensic genealogy actually verified who she was. The remains found in 1976 sat unidentified for nearly 5 decades. The DNA breakthrough in 2025 identified her, and she was last seen at Tigard Mall in 1974. This is one of Oregon's oldest unidentified persons cases. I think that's great. So the Martin family mystery. Here's another one. Nearly 70 years. Car discovered underwater in 2024. Remains recovered in 2025. In April of 2026, when they were looking at this, they used DNA analysis and let's see, the Martin family, the whole family, wow. The Martin family disappeared in 1958 during a Christmas greenery trip. A private diver found the submerged car in 2024. In 2025, they were able to pull them out and get the DNA. Here's another one. Lynn County Jane DA. Oh, dang, I can't talk today. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit nervous. I don't know why. I've done this. Here's the thing. I've done this so many times, but I still get here and I become a nervous wreck. Why? Y'all all know what I look like. You know what my voice sounds like. I don't know why it makes me nervous. It just does. So there was a Lynn County Jane Doe, and she was actually, her case or her DNA, who she was solved in September 2025. She was 49 years old, and she was from the Wolf Creek area. Let's see, who's that? Let's see about the next one. Lynn County. Let's see how many others. As I say, there was 2 main ones that they solved. Let me see if there's anything else. Cold cases across the United States. I think that's an interesting story. Solved in 2026 across the United States. Okay, I am back. I got a few things done. I might even show my real face right now. Here we go. Here I am. Yes. Hello. Anyway, got a few things done I need to get done. But I really enjoyed doing the cold cases, especially when you get a lot of information. But after Bridges, there just wasn't a lot of information we could get about her, and that's okay. It's still worth talking about. But let me tell you something. Hang on a second. Let me switch screens over here. Okay, got that. So Pam was talking about she had broken her right ankle when she was going to the basement to wash some clothes as a brick was taken away, which she didn't know. And they were getting ready to go to her aunt's house because my great aunt was having her birthday. You know what? Sounds like you kind of tripped on some stairs too. Is that what you're telling me? Because listen, falling downstairs is not fun. It hurts. I can tell you that. It hurts. I will never forget that day as long as I live. Never. It was like it was kind of in slow motion, but not really. It's because it happened so fast. I mean, because I had these little socks on, my foot slipped out on that bottom stair. So my foot slips out, and I just went backwards, and then slid the stairs. It looked terrible. It was terrible. Anyway, Pampa goes, I didn't want to miss it. We didn't know how long she's going to live, so we went. When he had left the house, my mom and daughter had to help. Oh no, you couldn't even walk. And you're like, oh shit, better go to the doctor, right? Oh my gosh, you poor thing. You poor thing. I know that was miserable. I know it was. Anyway. Okay, get down, Jack. Of course, Jack has to come over here and start doing his thing. He wants to get up here with us. Of course he does. What, Jack? Did you eat your food? Did you eat your food? What do you want? He's looking at me like, well, you know what I want, Mom. You know what I want. I know I don't know what you want. Come here. Okay, come here. Come here. Hang on a minute, guys. Pick this big old bad boy up. Here. Okay, here we go. You can turn around, Jack. You can turn around. Look. Here we go. Here's Jack. Here we go. Here's Jack. He's like, ooh, world looks different over here. Yeah, he has to get up here with me. I don't know why he thinks he has to get up here with me. Quit. Drives me to say, quit. Now little girls are going to pick me up. Pick me up. Quit. Anyway, I can't pick them both up. The chair is just not big enough. You got to quit, girl. All right. Y'all need to get down so I can do some other things, okay? Time to get down. Time to get down. Okay, Jack. Okay. All right. There you go. See? He's looking at me like, what? What? Why is everybody looking at me? Why are you looking at me? Oh boy, there you go. Okay. Okay. All right. It's her turn. It's your sister's turn. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna pick up the other one. Here we go. Come here. Come here, little daddy girl. Yeah. Now these dogs are built very different. They are brother and sister, but Trick is like more boxy. Jack's long. She's more square. She's got a different Frenchy body. Looky right there. See what I'm saying? There you go. Look here. All right. Nothing to look at, little girl. There's no food up here. Silly. All right. Let's go check and see what time is it. 12:55. They'll be coming back any minute, it looks like. Okay, I know. You gotta lick me. Yeah, she just licked me. Her mouth smells like that damn dog food she just ate. So, all right. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look up Astrid Bridges and see if anything else has come out about her. Here we go. Let's look. Hang on. Oh, boy. Okay, you ready to get down, girl? Let's see what's the last. Oh, here we go. Listen to this. Now, this is kind of interesting. Oh my God, they have something. Here we go. Hang on. Let me put her down. All right, there we go. Now, y'all put listen to the story, guys. It's about Astrid Bridges. A man whose two wives died 20 years apart and 2,000 miles apart now faces homicide. Woohoo! All right. Kentucky and Oregon authorities have reported a cold case revisiting the deaths of two women who were married to the same man. Now, both deaths were initially ruled accidents. However, years later, investigators believe one was a homicide while the other has a name suspect. The renewed investigation puts the spotlight on John Bridges. His two wives, Joyce and Astrid, died more than 20 years apart and nearly 2,000 miles away. Okay. As the case was reported in Louisville, Metro Police are asking the public for help as they investigate the 1972 death of Joyce Mabel Bridges. She was found unresponsive by her husband July the 5th inside their home on Bent Up Circle in Louisville. Joyce Bridges' first wife was taken to Peewee Valley Hospital where she was pronounced dead. She was later moved to a funeral home and without any initial police or investigation. Her death was ruled as an accident and the case remained closed. However, that changed in 2015 after investigators received what they described as new information. Now, according to the reports, Joyce's daughter returned to the home in 2015 and wanted to see where her mother had died. After her visit, police exhumed Joyce's body and ordered a new autopsy. The medical examiner ruled her death a homicide, and the Louisville man said, a Louisville Metro Police cold case unit is now handling the case. Neighbors recalled hearing the first wife had mysteriously drowned in the bathtub. Meanwhile, the second wife reportedly fell from a ladder. More than 2 decades after Joyce's death, another tragedy occurred. Bridges' second wife, Astrid, died in Oregon in 1993. Investigators initially ruled her death as an accident, but later became suspicious. Since then, they have continued to investigate the circumstances surrounding Astrid's death. This week, Oregon authorities, I hope you heard all that. This week, Oregon authorities have publicly identified John Bridges, now 86, as the suspect in Astrid's death. The investigators traveled to Missouri and served a search warrant at his home. No charges have been announced, and the police have not said whether charges will be filed. Meanwhile, another neighbor in Oregon said that the similarities between the two cases stood out. The neighbor said to lose two wives in both mysterious kinds of ways is a bit peculiar. The two cases, although separated by decades and distance, are now receiving renewed attention as investigators work to determine whether the deaths were connected. How about that? I'm so glad to see that. Great, that's great news. I'm so glad that there's information on that case. I really am. So Pam, let's see. We went to 2 hospitals and both said no breaks. And we went to a doctor, and before got in the door, he said it was broken. Before we went to the doctor's, had climbed on a chair to change curtains. We've been in a wheelchair almost a year. Oh my God, Pam, that's terrible. And she goes, I'm sick to my stomach from nerves. I'm just going to listen a little bit. Okay. It's okay. I had to put pins and needles in my ankle. Oh, Pam. Ugh. But that wasn't just terrible. But I kind of did it, you know, because my back has fusions in it too. But, you know, I think Pam, you know what? I know one of y'all also has fusions. I think it's Leslie has fusions as well. I have to go on the 31st and get a new MRI because, you know, I'm having a lot of problems with my left leg. They're trying to consider that maybe the vertebrae above the fusion have now started to deteriorate. So I'm like, oh, great. That's great. That's what I want to hear, because I do not ever want to have another back surgery. I hated that whole situation. It was miserable. It was hard to heal. It was just, oh God, I'll never forget that. Ooh, yeah. Yes, it's me. I mean, Leslie keeping it right. She knows. Yeah, she has them too. And she knows exactly how it was getting the fit. Oh my God. I have a super long scar on my back. I never expected the scar to be that big. I didn't. I thought it was going to be little. It's big. It's a long one. I'm like, ooh, you know. And you can feel it too. If you run your hand up my back, you can just feel that right there. It's so gross. But anyway, let's check and see. It is 12:59. They should be coming back to court soon. All right, let's check and see. Yeah. Well, I'm so excited that they're investigating her husband on both that case and his earlier wife's case, because it is peculiar. There's no reason why you would have 2 wives with mysterious death. It just doesn't happen that way, does it, guys? No, it does not. So there you go. So this should be really good this afternoon. The testimony should be great. I'm so excited about it, and I really like this doctor better than I like Dr. Dr. Halpern. Dr. Halpern just seems to be more. It seems like it's easier for him to testify. He's not showing any emotion, etc. I really like him. Okay, so mine goes from a hole to an appetite. What? Mine goes from a hole. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh. Yeah. What y'all think about the testimony about the episiotomy? I thought that was kind of weird. I don't even know why it was there. I don't think it should have been there. I kind of think to myself, well, now listen, we know what it is. I mean, why is it making a big deal about episiotomy? We know they're trying to avoid a tear from happening, but sometimes it will happen and they will have to cut it a little further in order to stitch it back up properly. So either way you look at it, it is cut. Whether you tear or whether it's been cut, it is always cut so they can repair it. So I think when he was talking about this episiotomy, I think that he was absolutely correct, right? Yeah, I do too. Yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, now I get it. So it goes from the hole to the asshole. Got it. Thank you, Leslie. That's so funny. It was insignificant, wasn't it, Sprinkle? It certainly was. I was like, wow, why is he talking about that? Has nothing to do with it. But I don't like that defense attorney. I really don't. He seems to be arrogant, and he seems to be sort of what's the word I want to use? Cocky. Yeah, he's cocky. And he talks to these witnesses like he's above them. It's just so weird to me. But anyway, yeah, I don't like him a bit. Let's check our feed and make sure sketch is not gonna lag. It's 1:02. They should be coming back soon. Yes. So apparently what's going to happen this afternoon is, I don't know, it was ridiculous. Thank you. It was ridiculous. I agree with you right there. So this guy's going to come back and he'll keep testifying. I don't think it'll take very long. And then it'll get kind of late and they'll say, well, what are you doing? Updates are ready. No, thank you. Cancel. And then they'll come back and say, well, it's almost 4 o'clock. We're going to call it a day and we'll just do the closing arguments in the morning. Do y'all want to make bets on that? Because the way this trial has went the whole time has been like they just like to cut out of there about 4 o'clock. And I don't know if they have a different traffic pattern than we do. I don't know. I've never been to Massachusetts yet, but I want to go. I do want to go there. Let's see. They're just trying to discredit. I know he is. But some of the doctors, some of the people that testified were just unshakable, and I liked that. I did. But this should be very interesting this afternoon. And the fact that both of these doctors, Dr. Helberg and Dr. Mack, had different diagnoses. They didn't even agree. But I wonder if Dr. Heilberg is going to say, oh no, she wasn't legally responsible. If he does that, I'm going to just puke. You know I will. I'll just puke. I'm like, oh my God, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, Cinderella was telling us about something. She was telling us about, she found one case. Hang on a minute. What did she say? I showed it a while ago. Hang on, let me go back up here. Was it this one? You couldn't on my hand. I asked Google how many men that unalive their kids and get insanity pleas. One came up and it's in my area. Cinderella. I'm going to have to look that up now. Let me go check it out. Let's see. Okay. Okay. This over here. Okay. Men. Okay. Let's see what it has to say. Whoops. Ooh, the cicada. You hear those cicadas that are out there making all that noise. I can't stand the way those things sound. I'm finding little shells of them where they're shedding their skin all over the place. Okay. NGR. Here we go. Let's see what it has to say. Ooh, wow, how about this? Documented male NGR child killing cases. Jeremiah Wright, Louisiana. He killed Jory LaRick. She was 7 years old. He got an NGRI in 2014. Psychotic delusions believed his disabled son was a dummy. Oh. Matthew Schleier, Iowa. He killed Jack Schuyler, who was 5 years old. He got an NGR in 2026 from psychosis and delusions that his son was destined to suffer and die because of food allergies. Wow. Here's another one. Melville Henwood in Michigan, daughter, NGRI 1987. Severe delusions thinking believed his family had forgotten Father's Day. Good God Almighty. Other male NGRI suicide cases, there's a few of them. Okay, let's look and see. Come here. Okay. I want to look at the one from 2026. Schuyler was charged with first-degree murder after strangling his 5-year-old son, Jack, in October of 2024. The defense presented evidence that Schuyler was suffering from psychosis and multiple mental illnesses. His delusion was that his son was destined to die horribly because of the child's food allergies. The defense argued that Schuyler killed him because he believed he was protecting his son from his own fate. Now, on April 27th of 2026, an Iowa judge found that Schuyler was not guilty by reason of insanity and ordered him into a mental health institute for treatment. This is particularly useful in comparison with the Lindsay Clancy defense because both involved claimed I killed my child to save them from suffering type of psychotic reasoning. The difference is that Schuyler is a father and the underlying psychiatric argument was still capable of supporting the NGRI. Now, let's look at Melville. Let's see. Okay. Here's the interesting thing. The forensic literature actually acknowledges a gender difference in NGRI filicide cases. A journal of the American Academy of Psychiatric and the Law Review notes that in studies of parents who killed their children, many mothers were adjudicated NGRI while relatively few fathers were. It also reports that fathers who commit filicide are more likely to commit suicide and more likely to be found guilty rather than legally insane. How about that? There is a documented disparity in the forensic literature, but that does not mean men are legally prohibited from obtaining the NGRI. How about that? That's pretty interesting, I think. All right, let's see what we talk about here. He's in your area. Wow, that's cool. The comparison, okay, so let's see. Yeah, we know about that one. And Shiler is especially important because it's a 2026 case and demonstrates that a father can receive NGRI based on a psychosis and delusional belief that killing his child was proactive or protective without any postpartum conditions involved. True. Is postpartum psychosis actually giving women a legal advantage, or is the psychosis mental capacity evidence that matters? These male cases are very relevant and evidence for the second proposition. Yeah, okay. Let's check and see, guys. Make sure our feed is still catching up. Yeah. All right. I just cannot, I'm sorry, guys. I just cannot believe that anybody, I just can't believe that anybody could not be held legally responsible for what they've done. It makes me sick. And I hope beyond all hope, if she is found insane, that she stays in a mental hospital for years and years and years. Not only is she now a millionaire because they collected all kinds of money for her ass. Ooh, makes me so sick. So sick. Why should she be a millionaire? Because she killed her 3 kids. Why should she get paid for that? Why should anybody get paid millions of dollars after they've done something like that? Why should they get books written? Why should they get movies made? Why should they become influencers on social media? Why does all of that happen in these cases to these people when they have committed an act that is so against nature? It's against everything that we are taught as children as we're growing up. It's a sin, by God. It's a sin. If you believe in the Bible and God, then it's a sin. But no matter whether it's a sin or it's just against man and the laws that we live under, it still doesn't make sense that these people become millionaires off of their damn crime. That should never happen, ever. Never. Anyway, all right, we're going to get ready to go back to trial. I'm really looking forward to it this afternoon because it's now 1:10. They should be moving on in here any second. Let's check our feed, make sure it's up to date. Sometimes it just lags, and so if I go look, there's that red line right there. Like the red line would be too far back, and if I pushed it over, they had already started. That's why I like to check before they come back. And remember, when you see that big seal over there in the middle start shaking a little bit, that means somebody's touching that camera and they're getting ready to come back. So there you go. Anyway. I know it's dark in this room. I have my blinds shut because the dogs ate their lunch. It's time for their nap. They're just like toddlers, I'm telling you. Oh my God. But they're so cute. I don't know what I would do all day if I did not have them. I really don't. I mean, it's like I told my son yesterday. I said, when I saw people at the store buying school clothes and, buying school stuff, it made me so depressed because I wasn't able to even pick out a piece of paper for you. It didn't always help, I said, it made me depressed. I was like, thank God I have these 2 little dogs that keep me busy all day. Because I don't think I could sit on YouTube all day long. So I have to have something to keep me occupied during the day. I'm not good with just sitting around and doing nothing. I always have to be doing something. It's just that hyperactive crap, I know a lot of us live with that. And it doesn't get better as you get older. It's just always there. But that's okay. It makes me who I am, and I'm fine with it. I'm not even upset. My dad used to always tell me, my dad always called me Miss Astor. Okay, this is funny. So my dad always called me Miss Astor. Little Miss Astor, that's what he would call me. Well, one day, I don't remember. One day when I was over there with him, he goes, why can't you sit down? What are you doing? Because I would always go clean his house up and do that kind of stuff. I'd go help take care of him. I would go clean up the house and wash the dishes, make sure his laundry that was done, all that stuff. And one day he goes, why can't you just sit down? What's wrong with you? I said, well, Dad, because I have to keep doing things. I can't just sit down like that. When I sit down like that, it just kind of makes me nervous or something. It's like I've got to be doing something all the time. He goes, well, I really wish you'd just sit down. So what I did to make him happy was I just sat down. And then he wanted to turn the TV on and just watch his Westerns. He liked to watch Westerns. Oh, God, he always made me laugh. But he always just called me Miss Astor. It was just too funny. So whenever I got my little red car, I actually went and got a license plate that says Miss Astor. My husband said, why did you do that? I said, well, you know, just keeps me connected to my dad because he always called me that. Oh, Lord. We are not kin to the Astors at all. Has nothing to do with that. That was just little smarty remarks they had to call me Miss Astor. Okay, let's check. All right. Yeah, there's just some things about our parents we will never forget. You know, if they have little pet names for you, or just some of the things that they would do, you know, as you grew up, you'll never forget those things. Anyway, I'm having a little Dublin vanilla cream soda. It's made over here in Dublin, Texas, and it's the best cream soda I have ever had. Oh my God, it's good. I like to get it in the bottles because it stays so cold. It's just so refreshing. It's equal to if somebody who likes to drink beer in the afternoons and they've got a really cold beer out of the ice. It reminds me of that kind of freshness, you know, that really cold, yummy. Mm-hmm.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, all parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, bring them in.
There we go. Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Deep, dark, shark eyes, the dead eyes.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is. The Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggests is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the one-to-one supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Lahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in my experience why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military or the police. Didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, do I take them with me to take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it? Well, I thought he was done.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. Were you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. Many, many years. And I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Callan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, and only that, for about 18 minutes or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
So, doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection. Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, please?
the test.
It's asked as a hypothetical?
Hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said, and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation. It's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. Assuming this and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. Some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about 3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought, that's basically, this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The bullet is her response to her husband's question, "What did you do?" So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious. And he said, his first question was, "What did you do?" And her response was, "I tried to kill myself." Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, "I did what I had to do. I did what the voice said," or something like that. But no, she said, "I tried to kill myself." And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told, other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination when it said.
And Doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
And if we could go to the next slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
And that was preceded
by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean. But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them. And she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Oh my God. Look, he's just the doctor doing his job to try to get a feel of what's going on in this lady's head. And now we got to come over here and do all of this because Stompy over here doesn't like the fact that somebody's asking her about her Catholic religion that she was raised with. I think that's bullshit, and I think he ought to be allowed to give his full testimony as to where he decided or how he decided whether she was malingering or not malingering or how, what's the word I want to use? Right now I'm tongue-tied. What's the word I want to use? I think he should be allowed to ask the question and that he should be allowed to answer the question because it's in his report. It's exactly what she said. Why not? Right? Why not? Anyway. We've had this discussion before. Remember when they tried to say this before, Stompy got all upset and started going on because they tried to say this. She tried to say this to Susan Clancy, her mother-in-law, about Catholics and it being a mortal sin, right? So I don't know what's going to happen. I bet the question gets struck and they don't get to answer the question. Unbelievable. But I am glad to hear that this doctor, through all his testimony, is going to be able to tell us, no, she's not in a psychosis, and no, it was postpartum. She may have been suicidal and wanted to get out of that pain because it was for depression, etc., but she knew right from wrong, period. She knew right from wrong. What do y'all think? Let me know. If you're in the bushes, come on in. Tell us what you think about it over here. Everybody's welcome. The only thing that we ask is that you do not make derogatory comments toward anybody in the chat, the host of the channel, or anybody on YouTube. Other than that, you're free to tell us what you think. Okay. Yeah, I know somebody said, oh, it looks like she changed clothes. I think she just put a little sweater on because I remember her wearing that sweater the other day because it's extremely cold in those courtrooms. Extremely cold. Because you got to remember, they've got 18 jurors, all the people in the benches, and the judge wearing that robe. So pretty sure it's really cold in there. You know what I'd like to do is I'd like to come on one day and we just do a live and everybody who's in the chat can call in and or come up and tell us whatever the hell they want to talk about. Whatever it is, I won't even care what it is. We'll just discuss whatever you want to discuss. We'll just call it the open panel. Yeah, she did know. I think she did too, Leslie. Absolutely, she knew right from wrong. And the fact that when they talked about these auditory commands, and how she only had them the one time for 18 minutes and then she never heard it again. That's very telling, isn't it? Very telling. But then I told him not to mow my yard, but they're mowing my yard. Son of a bitch. Well, I guess I have to let him know after they leave. So sorry. Let me put my sound on. Damn it. I know though. Anyway, I guess we'll advertise one day to we'll just call it open panel, you decide. And then everybody just come into chat and we'll just talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't care what it is. Whatever the subject is, we can just talk about it. You know what we never did? I thought about this at Sprinkle Donut. I thought about this. Remember we were going to do our purse giveaway, but for something happened. Wasn't our live got shut down because of our topic? I don't remember what it was. We were going to do it. I'm not buying the commands either. Okay, yeah, Leslie. I know. Only one time? How does that work? Make sense? It doesn't, right? We never did our purse giveaway, and I really want to do that purse giveaway. So we need to reschedule that. Maybe we'll just do our open panel church, and we'll do the purse giveaway. What's going on here? Oh, good. Thank God. Don't you dare mess up. Don't you dare cut our feed. We'll do open panel. We'll give away that purse. It's a brand new New York purse. Anyway, we'll give that away when we do open panel. There's only 2 rules. 500 people have to be in chat, and you have to be in chat when we do the giveaway. And we'll do the giveaway like the last 15 minutes of the show. Now we usually don't do but an hour and a half. We don't like to do long lives over here because I understand people have a lot of things to do. And they don't want to be sitting on here unless we're doing a trial. This is different. Oh, here we go. Let's go.
All right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, God.
Court, all rise.
go. You know, this case better not get appealed.
We'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Court, all rise.
So I gotta wonder, is the judge going to go study about using the terms immortal or mortal sin, and he didn't want to do that in front of the jurors? I mean, what's he doing? Strange, very strange. Okay, well, anyway. Let me see if this gets, for some reason, this is hung up now, which that sucks. No. No, cancel. All right. All right, well, I guess we'll just sit and talk, I guess, or think amongst ourselves, ask questions. If everybody wants to ask questions, let's ask questions and answers. We can play 20 questions if you want to. We can do I Spy if you want to while we wait. Good Lord. I wonder what else is going on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull up Reddit while we wait and just do a little more reading. You know, her Facebook pages were all taken down, scrubbed, gone. You can't even do the way back and find them. That's how they're taken down and gone. So you can't even read anything about her life. The only thing that was found, it was somebody, this was from June the 1st of 2022. Just wanted to share my Pillow Baby birth story because I love hearing others. So these are people in the Peloton Club, I guess. My third baby, first Pillow Baby, was born at 40 weeks and 1 day. I did 60 Peloton rides between weeks 12 and 33. Also during the time did prenatal barre and jogged on the treadmill. The last 4 weeks of pregnancy did all jogging and spinning babies exercises. The morning I went into labor, I decided to do a mile circuit, easy Google search if you never heard of it. And during the first 2 positions, I wasn't really feeling any contractions, maybe 1 or 2, but nothing significant. Then I got up, bounced on my yoga ball while having a cup of coffee, and then went out for a 30-minute jog. Now, during the jog, I started having contractions every few minutes, but I thought, well, they would stop once I got home and rested. They didn't, and I left for the hospital 30 minutes later. They didn't, and it shows I got to the hospital and was 3 to 4 centimeters, 100% effaced, and 1 station. He goes, I used nitrous for a bit and then got an epidural. My water broke on its own shortly after. I was 5 to 6. Doctor broke the 4 bag and 20 minutes later was fully dilated, pushed over the course of 1 very long contradiction, and he was born at 7 pounds and 13 ounces. He has a healthy baby, minimal tearing, overall 6 hours of labor. And here is baby Callan Patrick. Now, see how much control that she had over herself? She made sure that she exercised during her complete pregnancy. I think she has a very big problem with things that she cannot control. Now, I don't know if that has anything to do with, I don't know. I just think there's something weird about her control issues. Okay. So that was the only thing we could find on as far as Facebook goes. Now let's go back over here. Let me see. Whoops. Let's see. Lindsay Clancy questions. This is from 2 hours ago. Has there been any testimony explaining why Lindsay Clancy was wet when she was found after jumping or falling out the window? I've been wondering about this in detail and having trouble finding any fact-based answers. Here's the answers. Wasn't it snowing? Or maybe she was wet from the snow. Just a guess. I'm not sure. The next person says that's true and probably the most obvious answer that I somehow hadn't considered of. The next one says there was a snow on the ground quite a bit from the body cam. So as she lay in the snow, that's maybe how she became wet and hypothermic. The next answer is her hair was soaking wet. Maybe if she fell into 3 to 6 inches of snow, I can see her hair reaching that level of saturation. But as of now, we weren't told anything about that, which only opens up to speculation. I.e., was she bathed, rinsed prior to the bathtub, hose from the exterior spigot? What? I think I recall the former medical examiner called by the defense La Posada saying that her clothes were wet, which partially explains how her body temperature got so low. I could be mistaken, though very interesting. That is interesting. The next it says, it was January in Massachusetts. She fell into the snow. Her body temperature got so low in part because she was wearing indoor clothes outside, so no warmth from them, and the clothes were wet from the snow, which combined with the temperature outside and her spinal injury caused her body temp to drop significantly. It was worth noting, though, that her temperature was taken at the hospital, not while she was laying on the ground, which is what half of the internet seems to think. A witness for the defense testified that week that given all the above factors, it's completely medically plausible that she would have reached that temperature. The next person says, yes, but I was just asking about how her clothes were wet, not about her body temperature. The fact that she was lying in snow makes sense as to her clothes or hair were wet. Thanks. That's interesting. Let's go to the next one. Let's see. Let me see. Lindsay Clancy. Let me pull this up. I'm going to pull it up as Lindsay Clancy. And I'm going to pull it criminally responsible and see what's happening. Okay. What are people saying? Okay, see more. Is Lindsay Clancy nominally responsible? No. Hang on a minute. Here we go. We'll go back one. Okay. Here we go. Take it back. Okay. Lindsay Clancy. Criminally responsible. All right. Let's see what it says. The burden of proof in Massachusetts. Okay. All right. The trial's central question is whether she was criminally responsible, which is sane or not. In Massachusetts, the state must prove she was not insane. This is happening in Massachusetts. It's part of a very small minority of places where if someone pleads insanity, the defense doesn't have to prove. Instead, the state has to prove. Possible verdicts. The outcome determines whether she's confined to prison if found criminally responsible or a psychiatric facility if found not guilty by reason of sanity. If the jury finds her insane, then she goes to a mental facility. If she's found to be sane during it, then she goes to prison for life without parole. The evidence and trial themes cited in discussion. The defense argument of postpartum psychosis and mental illness. The defense argues she suffered postpartum psychosis and lacked criminal responsibility. Her defense is that she suffered from postpartum psychosis, essentially a psychotic episode where she lost touch with reality. Prosecution's argument, premeditated responsibility. Now, prosecutors argue that acts were premeditated and that she was mentally stable. Also, a part of this entire story is the prosecution who are making it their case that she was premeditated and that Lindsay was mentally stable. Then there's the medical testimony. Medical testimony impact. Medical records, diaries, and testimony about her injuries and mental state have shaped public views and the trial narrative. As her medical records and her personal diaries have been made public, as well as testimony from mental health professionals who were actually treating her, the case has changed people's minds. Physical and forensic details. Forensic timing, DNA on bands, phone, watch, timestamps, body temperatures, and the wounds are focal points in the court online scrutiny. All factors used to argue for or against criminal responsibility. The Apple Maps evidence. The lack of her DNA and only the children's and Patrick's on the murder weapons. Her DNA was in fact found on the bands. Okay, why many online viewers emphasize failure, not innocence? Systematic failure narrative. Many people defend her as someone who had sought help and was allegedly failed by medical providers. which shapes views about diminished responsibility. People defending Lindsay Clancy aren't saying she's innocent. They're saying she was failed, that she had a history of mental health struggles, and she was begging for help, and she was being treated for postpartum mental illness when everything happened. Public sympathy versus guilt. This is important right here. Supporters often distinguish sympathy for her mental health crisis from denying she committed the act, focusing on whether she was in control. No one other than conspiracy theorists thinks she is innocent of murder, but they do believe she was not mentally sane at the time. Ooh, that makes me sick. Notable contrarian views pulled from discussions. Skeptical, critical voices. Some argue online sympathy has become absolutely unfairly, shifting suspicion onto the husband and minimizing the victim. The speed with which the public rated her total exploit. Okay, hang on. My dogs are going to bark because they're over by that window. Oh my God. Maybe I'll just talk louder. The speed with which the public granted her total expulsion. Hey! Okay. While casting live suspicion on him reveals a. God dang it. I wish they would quit that damn barking. Conspiracy theories exist but are largely unsubstantiated. Multiple users note that theories blaming the husband gained traction online but lack confirmed evidence in court. The claims that her husband actually committed the murder seems to be mostly conspiracy theory and don't seem to hold any water at all. What the trial decides. If found criminally responsible, sane, conviction equals prison, potential life sentence depending on the degree. If she's found to be sane during it all, then she goes to prison for the rest of her life. If found not criminally responsible, insane, institutionalization in a psychiatric facility with periodic reviews, possible future release if not deemed dangerous. A successful insanity plea would mean up to 40 days, listen guys, 40 days of observation in a hospital to start, after which they can file involuntary commitment, and then they keep her there and look after her case for a year. Okay, so after 40 days, they can go back and relook at it. And so you're telling me the max they can keep her is 1 year? Are you telling me that? That's bullshit. Oh my God, that made me so mad. Oh, okay, so let's go up over here to Lindsay Clancy trial update. Okay. Looking for anything that's been put out in the past couple of hours. That's what I'm looking for. Let's go back. Damn it. That would make me so mad if she was out of there in a year. That would make me so mad. I'd be like, what the hell's wrong with all you people? Lindsay Clancy and the amount of moms who can relate. There are 43 answers on here. I'm child-free by choice, partly because I genuinely enjoy my freedom and don't know how to interact with kids, and the idea of pregnancy and birth is terrifying. Now that I'm seeing the outpouring of mothers who are compassionate to Lindsay Clancy saying, that was almost me. I'm so glad my husband and doctors took me seriously. No one can understand till they go through it. She deserves sympathy. Are there that many women who've actually thought about harming their kids and who almost acted on it? I understand having postpartum depression is caring for a newborn and young children sounds awful, but the reaction to this case makes it seem like many mothers have felt this way. Another reason to add to the list. Here we go. This is from 22. These are rather old. These are like before the trial started. Let me see what this one says right here. I've worked with many women who suffer from this, and they were downright miserable after having kids. The time when everyone says they should be so joyful because their kids is here. It's really sad, and a lot of people don't really take this at all seriously. Having a baby to take care of with a volatile mental health situation is throwing gasoline on a fire. Someone with endo, PCOS, and mental health struggles that I manage unmedicated with exercise and other methods, I would absolutely not be able to have kids for this reason alone. Wow. Seriously, people? I don't know. Some of this stuff just makes me so pissed off. Oh, here we go. Now listen to this. The reaction to the Lindsay Clancy case highlights how uneducated the general public is about mental illness. Having seen people online freak the F out about this case has been very confusing and frustrating for me and others that paid attention during health class in high school. Postpartum anything is under discussed, just like most other issues women face are. But this isn't about that. This is about sheer amount of people finding out that the first time the postpartum psychosis exists and are freaking out about it. Postpartum psychosis is not new, is not a new phenomenon. It has been happening since forever. But people just straight up don't know about it. I think that's really dangerous, especially if you're planning to have kids. There are risks to pregnancy. Always has been risks, but it feels like no one gives a shit. And every time someone replies without reading the post body, I lose 5 years off my lifespan. Okay, so let's see what the answers were. PPP is literally a main plot point. The Homesman with Hilary Swank, Sylvia Plath, and Ted Hughes write about the severe PPD all the time. Baby blues is a super common phrase that glasses over the reality of PPD, but it has been in the lexicon for centuries. Like you don't have to be an MD or watch the news like crazy to come across this stuff. The next person says, the yellow wallpaper is also about PPD as well, and Drew recommended this book and movie. I had some personal experience with watching my mother suffer from PPD and using substances while I was 5 years old. And she was taking care of a newborn brother because she would leave him crying in his crib for hours, soiled so bad I had to turn the mattress over. There were many other instances that were much worse, like leaving me alone with him for days at a time, though I figured best not to go into too much detail about that. I'm 24 now. That's horrible. Okay, so there's something called the yellow wallpaper. We're going to have to check this out. Let's see. These are great points. I've read all of these, but haven't seen the movie or the Horseman. I think we're stuck in the classic pattern where people don't want to believe something is real, even when it's right there in our faces. I think that's because implications are too frightening, and they want to believe it couldn't happen to them or somebody they know. So they instinctively place blame on something else rather than focus on the very big problem. Let me go see. It's called the yellow what? The yellow wallpaper. Let me see if I can find this anywhere. Okay, we're going to go over here. Hang on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, it's called the yellow wallpaper. All right. Okay, let me see. Okay, so the yellow wallpaper is apparently a short story. A woman goes slowly mad as she's confined to a room for weeks and ends weeks on end by her husband. Okay, all right. Well, looks like we're going to be taking a check. We're going to check out the yellow wallpaper after this trial. We're going to do that because I really want to know. I want to know now what it is about this yellow wallpaper that people are comparing to the Lindsay Clancy case. Yeah. I'm with you, Leslie, 100%. Yeah. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Pam's not buying it. I'm sure the people in this chat, most of them anyway, feel like even if she was depressed, that she's still criminally responsible and should be held responsible. I think we all kind of feel that way. I don't think we're like, I don't think that we have sympathy for her. Because for me, it always comes back to the point there are 3 beautiful children that were looking at their mother as she took their life. As she took their life, they're looking at her. Innocent babies. Innocent. And that I can't get past. And I don't know, and I think Sprinkled Donut can answer this question. I don't know if it's because I've lost a child that it makes me extremely angry when I read these kind of things. Because if you're thinking in your mind, how could you? How could you? Right? I don't know. Oh my God, I want to beat their ass. And you can hold on. Okay, here they're coming back, but the yellow wallpaper is something that was wrote in 1892. That's how old it is. Here we go.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago, and I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children.
Oh my God, she did it.
This is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin. Based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court
I don't believe it.
Motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins, or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong. And she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God.
That's what she said.
Statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is I'm going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
I am so glad he did not declare a mistrial. So glad. He was just merely explaining what she said to him. I mean, he knows her background. Damn it. I do not believe those statements would have caused anything. We all know that religious beliefs are just beliefs based on what you were taught, not necessarily what everybody else thinks. Why are these ladies allowed to have their laptops in the courtroom like that? You cannot broadcast it. What are they doing?
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Wow.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right? And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right? And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jury, can I close the notebooks?
I honestly have never seen such a circus in a damn trial. Is Stompy all red?
Jurors have exited the court when this court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Also, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
Oh boy. So what I understand, the women in white want justice for the children and the pink are for Lindsay. Okay, got it. Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you so much. I want justice for the children. I don't necessarily care what happens to her. She made a decision and she did it. The children had no decision. Those babies' lives were stolen from them. Period. And it doesn't matter why. Okay. Let me ask you this. You see all these seals and you see things on money, and what does the United States say? In God we trust. So why is God not allowed to be talked about in the courtroom? Because everything else says, in God we trust. Come on. What's the argument on this? Why? Right? I understand that maybe his understanding of the religion should not matter, but she was raised Catholic. That is not new. They went to the Catholic Church for Christmas. All these different things have been talked about as far as religion goes. Wow. And it is not the fault of the prosecutor that the witness made those statements. That was just in his report. It's the report he wrote after discussing it with her. And it's not unusual for a doctor to ask you about your religious beliefs when they're discussing you psychologically, even if you just go see a psychiatrist because you're having some problems. I do remember all the questions that I was asked, and one of them was about religion and what I believe. So there's nothing improper about the question itself, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. It's ridiculous that we have to have this big ordeal argument about this, and that the judge has to be so mad, and that Stompy over there is getting so upset about it. Woo-wee. We're just going to talk about the words, in God we trust. Hang on a minute. Let me pull this up. All right. Now, if you think about the phrase, in God we trust, the official national motto of the United States. Think about that, guys. Yeah. Leslie goes, separation of church and state, you think? Okay. Let's see.
Be in recess till tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right. Subject to change, as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Okay, so let's talk about this for just a second. The important distinction is that Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, was not simply objecting to someone mentioning God or religion. The defense's concern with how the statement, go to God, is being interpreted as evidence of Clancy's mental state and whether she understood right from wrong. Now, during the prosecution, Dr. Abram Mack's testimony, he discussed Clancy reportedly saying, go to God, while killing her children. Now, Mack argued that this could indicate she understood what she was doing and could distinguish right from wrong, something directly relevant to the criminal responsibility issue. Okay? There was also separate testimony from a hospital chaplain, Sheila Kavanaugh, who said Clancy told her she was glad her children were safe, and Kavanaugh responded that the children were safe in heaven with God. How is that any different from what the witness said today? How is it? All right? Kavanaugh also testified that Clancy described hearing a male voice giving her command. So, Reddington becoming upset when God and religion was brought into the courtroom, right? I don't, why was Kavanaugh, the defense witness, allowed to talk about this, but our prosecution witness, as he's describing his meeting with her to help decide whether she was sane or insane, he's not allowed to talk about it. How does that make any sense at all? She did say, go to God. I don't know. I just think that, I don't think that, a lot of people are going to think it was improper, but I just don't think it was improper. He's just telling you about how she was raised, what she knows. That's all. I just don't think it was improper. But anyway, so that is the end of trial today. I guess we will start back on this. Hang on a minute, guys. Put myself back over here. Okay. So I guess we'll start back on this tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. my time, which is 9 o'clock their time, and see what happens. It's going to be a long day, though. I do know that. It will be a long day tomorrow, so be prepared for that. Because I think we're going to be able to listen to the jury charge discussion. And I want to listen to that because the jury charge is pretty important. And the wording of it is what's going to make the decision of whether she's sane or insane. Okay? So just think about that. We'll try to stay on as long as we can tomorrow. I hope we get to hear it. I hope they don't just hide it from us, but they've been hiding a lot of things. But let me show you something else real quick. Hang on. Let's see. Let's share my screen. This is about the yellow wallpaper. Hang on. Let's share this. Okay, I've got to turn it down too because it's so loud. I was like, when I was trying to watch this while ago. Let me turn this down. We'll take a look at this. Hang on. All right, now this is from Charlotte Perkins, the yellow wallpaper. And it was originally written in 1892. Let me make this bigger. And we're going to, this is from Living History by Dr. Julie Martins. Let's take a moment to take a look at it real quick. Okay. So let me put this over here. Whoops. Okay, come on. Get rid of this. Here we go. I just want to listen to just a little bit of it. I know we're not going to listen to the whole thing, but yeah. If not, thank you, Lindsay. And then she goes, I really don't think she ever heard the voices either. Ooh, I don't either, but okay. I mean, Pam, I don't think so either. So we all kind of think the same way. Now, this is the story that they were discussing in the Reddit about the yellow wallpaper. I wanted to listen to just a little bit of it today, and then y'all can go watch the rest of it while we're not live. But I think it's pretty interesting because this is really old. And how I want to know why they're comparing this to Lindsay Clancy's case. So let me turn it on for just a second.
Feeling particularly generous, do consider becoming a patron. And
okay. Let's see. Oh, hang on.
Prescription, the full rest cure, a regimen he had developed himself and exported across the Atlantic to eager British physicians. Gilman was, as she later wrote, put to bed and kept there, with attendants to feed, bathe, and massage her. Physical nourishment was emphasized, while intellectual stimulation was virtually forbidden. After a month of this treatment, Mitchell discharged her with strict instructions. Live as domestic a life as possible. Have your child with you all the time. Lie down an hour after each meal. Have but 2 hours intellectual life a day. And never touch pen, brush, or pencil as long as you live. Never touch pen, brush, or pencil as long as you live. Can you imagine telling Beethoven never to touch a piano again, or instructing Einstein to avoid mathematics? I mean, really, what medical genius thought that forbidding a writer from writing would improve her mental health? It's like prescribing starvation as a cure for malnutrition, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Gilman dutifully followed these instructions for 3 months, and later reported that she came so near the borderline of utter mental ruin that I could see over. Only when she abandoned Mitchell's regimen and returned to writing did her condition improve. In her own words, she went back to work, the normal life of every human being, work in which is joy and growth and service. The story that emerged from this experience was Gilman's attempt to save others from a similar fate. She even sent a copy to Dr. Mitchell himself, hoping he would recognize his misguided approach. Now, while Mitchell never acknowledged receiving the story, Gilman later heard that he had altered his treatment methods, suggesting her literary haunting may have successfully reformed the doctor who had nearly driven her mad.
Now, that I find that pretty interesting, don't you? That because she was having some kind of mental health issue, that was what he prescribed for her to do instead of going back to normal life. That's crazy, right? And this is what they're talking about. They're trying to compare this story to Lindsay Clancy, even though I don't think that they absolutely have anything to do with each other, but I've not really watched or read enough about it to be able to say that for sure. So that's why I wanted to show you just a little bit of the yellow wallpaper, because the yellow wallpaper was in the room that she was confined to for 3 months. So I think that's kind of interesting. Anyway, with that, again, this is by, it's the Feminist Horror, and it's, let me see, what does it say? Hang on. Hang on, here we go. The Feminist Horror, Why the Yellow Wallpaper Still Matters. And this is by Living History by Dr. Julia Martins. So just take it, if you get a chance, go out and watch this so you can see why they're comparing this to the Lindsay Clancy case. I think it's kind of interesting. And with that, I guess we'll say goodbye. So long. I'll check you later. Guys. And I'll probably see you somewhere tonight in whoever's chat that we go to, because if I go mod or whatever. I missed the lives from yesterday. I got to go catch up on those before I go to Justin and all of them today. After going to visit my child and everything, I just didn't feel it. I just I need to take a break from YouTube. So I did. I took a break from YouTube and did not really go and listen to anybody's lives. So anyway, with that, please take care of yourselves out there. Be careful out there. And what I always say, go hug your babies. Life is short, and our time with them is even shorter. And the one thing I don't want anybody I know to say is I wish I wouldn't have missed that opportunity to tell them I love them or reach out and hug them. So go do it, babies. Y'all go do it. Bye, guys. Go do it, and I'll see you later. I'll see you in the morning for sure. Bye, guys. Thank you. Oh, please like, subscribe, and share. I forgot to say that. Okay, bye.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.